platforms to find out which had the best combination of HIPAA compliance, but also ease of being able to share information with our clients, sharing screens, having multiple people join, having a certain amount of time for the sessions that we needed. So we've experimented and come through that. But we realized that one of the things that we were not able to provide to everyone in an equitable way was that of psychological testing. Testing is an event that usually takes about 3 to 4 hours for the vast majority of our clients, and we were not able to provide that, especially for the children who needed it. Children's attention spans were not really permitting us to provide that level of care for them. So we began resuming virtual testing in August. And we began slowly seeing our clients ages 12 and under just for testing in September. So when I talk about mental wealth for Black entrepreneurs, I'm going to be speaking from some very personal experience. Now, I want to talk for a moment about the state of Black mental health, because I want it to be in the background of how you are thinking about who you are as a Black entrepreneur and how you function, especially during this time of COVID. We know that historically we have dealt with disenfranchisement that is in the areas, only a few of which are listed here, but housing and unemployment. We've been disenfranchised with education and certainly continue to be perhaps in more egregious ways during COVID-19. We know that we encounter a criminal, as my pastor likes to call it, a criminal injustice system. And we see health disparities on every hand. On top of that disenfranchisement, which is a part of our daily reality, we know that there are people within our communities, within our families, perhaps in our mirrors, that are dealing with mental health challenges. Some of the ones that we see most often at the Armstrong Center for Hope include depression, suicide, substance abuse, trauma, and grief and loss. And of course, the grief and loss has escalated greatly during the coronavirus. And then we know that there are the everyday relational difficulties that we contend with. And of course, those relationships can be between partners. It can be between husbands and wives, but they also can be between parents and children, between adult children and their parents. They can be between siblings, between teacher and student. Any way you want to slice and dice the relationships, they have become more strained during coronavirus. And in some of the worst examples of that strain, we can see that some of our community members are experiencing interpersonal violence, sexual assault, family dissolution, families that are becoming frayed long since the COVID virus began. And then we're seeing community disintegration. And yet the coronavirus gives us another way to think about reintegration. I'll get to a little bit more of that toward the end of the presentation. So you notice that my title for today is not about mental health per se, it's about mental wealth. So let's unpack that for a moment. What do I mean by mental wealth? Well, for one thing, I'm talking about each of us on an individual level, finding balance emotionally, behaviorally, socially, and spiritually. Those areas are all important for our ability to find balance. And entrepreneurs, sometimes it can be very tempting, okay? Very tempting for us to be out of balance in those areas because we know of the great demands of our businesses. And running a business has always been demanding on a person, but running a business and trying to sustain it during the coronavirus is even more of a challenge. And so it takes more grit, it takes more digging deep and having the wherewithal to find balance in these areas. But I'm going to give you all some suggestions of how you can find that balance. So mental wealth is not just about balance. It is also about gaining and maintaining healthy functioning across different spheres of life. All right. So it is frequent that I hear in the work that I do clinically for people to talk about themselves as functioning very well in one area. So Black entrepreneurs, let's just use ourselves as an example. We might be super producers and managers. We know how to run a business. We know how to read our profit and loss statements. We know what kind of what kind of adjustments we need to make, and we know how to identify talent to work in our businesses, we might be great in that sphere, but we might struggle. If we haven't been able to find balance, we might actually be struggling in some other areas, other spheres. Maybe we're not parenting in the way that is most helpful for our family, or not being able to be the partner that our partner needs us to be. Maybe we're not really engaged civically or as a neighbor in our community, right? There are all of these different ways that we must function healthy if we're to attain mental wealth. And this is not just a yes or no checkbox. These are different stages, different places on the continuum that I'll show you in a moment. So finally, mental wealth is not only finding balance, gaining and maintaining healthy functioning, but it is also about manifesting your internal positive state of mind into successful business endeavors that build material wealth. And notice that I said, and more substantial forms of wealth. Okay, so material wealth is a beautiful outcome. I pray that we all achieve it. But I also pray that we are very clear about it not being the destination, right? That there are other forms of wealth that we really want to connect with in order to truly be mentally wealthy. Okay, so I am very open to receiving comments you have about that definition of mental wealth. And I will have to toggle back and forth here to be able to see the comments. But I do want you, as I'm going through these few slides before we get to our conversation, I want you to feel free to chime in with your comments at any time and your questions as we're going through these different points. So I also want to share with you just a little bit of some statistics that I found as I was sort of looking at what happens to Black entrepreneurs during COVID-19. So what I found this information actually from the New York Times, that during April 2020, 41% of Black business owners reported that they were not working, right? So the desire was to work, and yet they were not able to work because of the circumstances of coronavirus. And that is compared to a number of about 17% of white business owners that were not working. So you may have several different philosophies or notions of why it is that we were not working, but you need only go back to our slide on the state of Black mental health to understand the many factors that may contribute to the suppression of our work and business expansion and even business survival, quite frankly. I also wanted to share this stat with you. Only 12% of Black business owners received the funding that they requested from federal stimulus programs. Now, the time frame for that quote is specifically from the end of April through the first 2 weeks of May. So we're looking at about 2.5 to 3 weeks of time during which data were collected that revealed only 12% of Black business owners were receiving this funding. I know anecdotally, and having conversations and being on Zoom calls with other Black business owners, that some people have been subsequently a bit more successful. But just the fact that we would have to wait and reapply and go through the operational challenges of that is, of course, a challenge to running a business. And then I found from Guidant Financial that they listed 3 biggest challenges for Black business owners. They said that we, first of all, often suffer from a lack of capital or cash flow. And this was 2020 data, but I dare say that that was a factor that has long been one of our challenges as Black entrepreneurs. They also mentioned marketing and advertising as being a challenge, making sure that we are putting ourselves out in the right places to get the best ROI, if you will, for the time and energy and effort that we invest. And I thank Latasha Best-Gaddy for her session during this Black Expo and sort of digging out some of that and how important it can be to place our businesses in the right light to get the most bang for our buck. And then time management. That is also a big issue for Black business owners, is knowing how to manage our time. So I wanted us to be clear about what mental wealth is, and also about how it is that we can be aware of the threats and how we can move past the threats. Okay, so let me just show you this image. It's an image that I like to use in a lot of conversations I have because mental wealth is associated with wellness. I'll just make that really plain. And sometimes we feel that if we have not had to deal directly and internally with challenges of mental illness, that we assume that that is wellness. But I want to have you take a look at this continuum. And if you look right in the middle, you'll notice that between one outcome on your left, which is premature death, and the opposite outcome on your right, which is high level wellness, that in the absence of illness, we've only attained a neutral point. Okay, we're not well just because we don't have a particular diagnosis. And, I deal with the diagnoses all day long. And yet I also deal with people who are very interested in transformation. And so going from a neutral point, making yourself more aware around issues of mental wealth, being more educated like you're doing right now with respect to mental wealth, and then growing in so many ways, being able to figure out not only how to grow our businesses, which I think is super important, but how do you grow yourself? Who is the person behind the business that allows that growth to continue and to exponentiate? That's the question, right? So when we go in that direction, we are moving toward a high level of wellness, which is what I am equating with mental wealth and what I'm challenging you to strive toward. Because you see what happens if you start at that neutral point and you move toward the left. You may have signs of illness. You may have symptoms of illness. And if they go untreated effectively, you will encounter some sort of disability over time, because that's what happens in the progression of illness. And then ultimately, it will lead to premature death. Okay, so I'm very clear in a Black context that there are many other ways that we can arrive at premature death. That's a different conversation. But I want you to consider this continuum as a way of understanding how it is that not just with so-called physical illness, but that even in our minds, if our minds are not well, we can lead toward those problems with symptoms, disability, and premature death. All right. So let us choose life and let us choose blossoming. Okay. So in order for us to achieve mental wealth, I am going to suggest to you that self-care is very important. It is one of the most important things that Black entrepreneurs can pursue. And sometimes I know, because I have conversations with other Black entrepreneurs, I know how my mind goes sometimes. We think we don't have time for self-care, that our businesses will not be able to survive and certainly not thrive unless we are totally pouring ourselves in 26 hours a day, right? So I'm going to challenge that. I'm going to say that self-care is vital and crucial. And I want to define what self-care is. Self-care, first of all, is self-initiated care for yourself across multiple levels of functioning. Okay, so you cannot wait for your clients, your customers, your patients, your constituents to say, looks like you might need some time off. Why don't you just go ahead and take care of yourself? Unless you are in an extraordinary position with an exceedingly compassionate person, that ain't gonna happen. Okay, the reality is you have to initiate your own self-care. Okay, and ideally, it doesn't all start at one time and woof, you have this perfect vision of self-care that is happening in your life, but think across several forms of functioning. So when you're thinking about how do I become a more effective business owner? How do I network and connect with the right people and get the right information by coming to Black Business Expo? Yes, that's a very important part of taking care of yourself and self-development, but so is getting a good night's sleep, for example. All right. So self-care is not only self-initiated, it is intentional. All right. You have to pursue it. It is not going to land in your lap. It is not going to be delivered on a silver platter to your door like your Amazon packages. You are going to have to go get it. You're going to have to find out ways to produce self-care that is effective, okay? Because you can go through the motions, but we're specifically talking about things that really rejuvenate you and replenish you. Because self-care at the end of the day is supposed to be replenishing. It's supposed to give us the oomph that we need to be able to get back to whatever that next problem is that we're trying to attack and to address in our businesses, right? So you need replenishing that self-care can deliver, okay? Self-care is also a mindset, okay? It's not just, and I'll go ahead and start talking on the other side of the slide about what self-care is not. Self-care is not just arbitrary and discrete things that happen every once and again, or, 6 months ago, I went hiking, It has to be something that is a mindset that you really think of in a daily, or possibly, depending on what you're doing for self-care, maybe a weekly way of thinking about it. But much of self-care, of course, not all self-care can happen that often, but most self-care should be happening on a daily basis, okay? Self-care is not selfish. It is not something where we need to have feelings of guilt about, oh my gosh, well, every moment that I take for myself, I'm not taking care of this family member or that customer or that patient. But we have to remember, if we're not replenished, we are no good to anyone. So we absolutely must be able to take care of ourselves, and to say that taking care of self is important, not selfish. Okay. Self-care is not always achieved by yourself. Okay. Usually it does take the village, even for self-care. Okay. Even in the things that you want to do, you usually just don't up and do them by yourself. You need some support. So let's take, for example, if you are a parent of children who are still in your household, as I am. I have 2 teenagers, pray much for me. With my 2 teenagers, if I'm going to do something that is focused on myself, I have to often make sure that they are connected, whether it be, while I take a walk in the neighborhood, I'm making sure that they are connected with their teachers, getting the education they need. If I need to have a getaway, I need to make sure that my husband or family member is engaged to be able to support me in my self-care. Okay, so I actually think the better word for it is communitarian care. But that's another conversation. Self-care, finally, is not ideas without action. I have some strategies for you all to take away from this session today, because I believe that we can sit around in our ivory towers and pontificate about self-care, and then we have to do them. We have to execute those ideas. Okay. So on our way to executing self-care, we often are going to encounter some common barriers. Okay, so for example, sometimes the work itself, as much pleasure as we may derive from it, the work itself can be a barrier to self-care. There is always going to be that one more thing you can do, that one more client that you need to contact, that one more email you need to read, that one more report you need to preview, right? And yet we have to be able to say work cannot be the barrier that is always preventing me from getting the replenishment I need to do the work in the first place. Okay. Sometimes other barriers would include your partner or your children. That is, if they have demands that don't allow for that balance we were talking about. Okay, so remember, we talked about balance, where our partners, our children, our family members are really important parts of our lives, and often the reason that we do the business that we do, that we're trying to grow a business and leave a legacy for those people. So they are certainly important. But if we are catering to demands to the degree that there's nothing left for us and we're operating on empty, then that's a barrier. Okay. Sometimes our clubs, our organizations, our churches, our fraternities and sororities, they can be a barrier to self-care, because we're doing all that stuff for them and not for us. Social media, sitting right at home all by yourself in quarantine, in isolation, you can find that social media and other forms of technology, all the Netflix you can take, will take over your self-care if you're not careful. People's addictions are certainly things that can take away And during coronavirus, in some ways, it has been easier to be engaged in addictions. Sometimes we have a different level of access depending on what we may have addictions to. We have perhaps more time, more opportunity. We have more access to the refrigerator and the cupboard. You know, we have perhaps retail therapy sustaining us, but we just want to be aware of whether an addiction might be limiting our ability to access self-care. And I have seen statistics that talk about how entrepreneurs can be especially prone to addictions because of the lifestyles that we lead. So let's be really, really monitoring ourselves about that. And then one of the things that I find often is that people have all the right supports, the right resources, the right information. But if you don't have an accurate picture of your worth, of your esteem, and the way that you appreciate who you are and what you do, that can certainly be a barrier. You may feel that you don't deserve to take care of yourself. Okay, so there's certainly times when we're struggling with those barriers to a mighty degree, that sometimes seeking some professional assistance and support can be very important. All right, so I'm just going to take about, I'd say 10 more minutes to talk about some of these strategies for how we celebrate the fullness of who we are, okay? Because ultimately we want to tend to who we are in mind, body, spirit, and soul. And some of the things that I'm going to be sharing today are taken from my book, Blossoming Hope, and I will have more information for you at the end of our session today with respect to how you can obtain a copy. But I'm going to give you a summary of the Blossoming Hope book and album set because I think you will find it very relevant to your coronavirus survival strategies. Okay, so certainly one of the areas in which we want to take good self-care is when it comes to our minds. Okay, because in the midst of COVID, there are so many different ways that our minds can be under attack. Okay, so ideally, we would be promoting positive thoughts about our businesses. We would have affirmations about ourselves as business owners that empower us to keep doing the grind that business requires. We may also know that there may be some negative messages, negative emotions that are recurring. They may have come and started with someone else, and we may have internalized them. And so we want to be able to notice, to monitor, and ultimately to decrease and eliminate negative thoughts. That's a large part of helping our minds be ready for mental wealth. Okay. We also need to understand stress. So based on the clients that I see, and I see quite a handful of clients every week, I am hearing the stories about the levels of stress that people are going through right now that are unprecedented, right? And so we should not be surprised if we find that we are having some stress reactions because the world itself is very stressful at this time. So sometimes if we can acknowledge what is, and we have some ways of coping with what is until we can change until something better, then that can be a much more helpful approach to stress than if we are trying to resist and fight every bit of stress. You know, we have to really choose our battles and we have to pace ourselves over the long haul. Who knows how much longer we are going to be dealing with these impacts of COVID-19, even with Pfizer's vaccine. We don't know what the time frame will be for our getting to our new normal. Okay. Another strategy for self-care of the mind has to do with practicing mindfulness, being in the moment, not being excessively obsessed with what was and what our business used to be and how great things were before COVID, because things have changed. And to the degree that we are still business owners, even that in and of itself is a business. And so we also don't want to be consumed with what's going to happen at the end of fourth quarter and what does 2021 have in store for us. But we just have to be in the moment right now of appreciating where we are and what we've been able to keep, even as we consider what we've lost. Okay. So while we are taking care of the mind, we want to exhibit self-care in the area of our bodies. Okay. We have an opportunity during the coronavirus to be able to be connected with our bodies, possibly in a different way, possibly in a deeper way, right? So I start with what some people may think of as superficial, but I want to encourage you, Black business owner, that this is the time for you to continue in your practices of maintaining your beauty, your handsomeness, your hair, the other things that make you pop and make you proud and confident in your abilities as a business owner. Maintain those things. Don't let those things go. Even in the midst of coronavirus, those are important aspects of our own identity, how we see and understand ourselves. Now, sleep, I could do a whole session just on sleep because I have found over the years that many challenges that my clients are dealing with, and even my friends and family members, have a lot to do with sleep deprivation. That having a sleep debt, which is the language that we're using now, kind of similar to how we would talk about financial debt, having a sleep debt puts us in a very compromised position. So we want to be able to maintain good patterns of sleep even as business owners, even during COVID. I've heard it told that Winston Churchill, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, during World War II, and imagine the immense responsibilities that he had, I understand that he took a daily nap of 1 to 2 hours every day during World War II, would go home, get in his pajamas, and take a nap. Okay, so if you think you don't have time for a nap, you might be fooling yourself. Or if you don't have time to get a good night's sleep, you might want to re-examine your priorities. It is also so important for us to maintain nutritious eating during this time. Like I said, it is easy for us to have the Corona 15 or 30 or whatever the case may be. But part of maintaining your proper functioning as a Black entrepreneur is proper eating. Having body awareness, knowing what's going on with your body, and recognizing that, okay, if I've been sitting in front of the screen all day and I'm having some neck pain, I might need to make some adjustments about what's going on, right? Physical health and fitness are so important, so important just to be able to replenish ourselves. You know, your body makes endorphins, which allow for a natural stress relief to happen. So it is so important for us to maintain our fitness. Now, let's be sure that in the midst of caring for our minds and caring for our bodies, we're caring for our souls. And by souls, I'm specifically defining here our being able to recognize our feelings, being able to acknowledge how we feel about this virus and what it has done to our businesses and how it has changed our relationships. We need to be honest with ourselves, if no one else, about our feelings. We want to be able to honor self-care and be aware of what is the impact of these surroundings. You know, so I am in my new study where I treat my clients here at my home. And I've done some things to make it more like a long-term space. We've painted and we've decorated just because that's an important part of my mental wealth day by day when I'm providing care and information for others. Our relationships are so important. I've touched on that earlier, but you know that when you are quarantined with someone else and you have to come to terms with their idiosyncrasies and they with yours, that takes a toll on some relationships, but it can also produce some positive change. Now, entrepreneurs, I know money is very important to you all. You know, being able to not only advance your business, to support your employees, to be able to do some new things for your family, to leave a legacy. We have to think differently about our money now under COVID-19. We have some different priorities, right? We might have to make some difficult decisions. I had to make a decision to downsize my office, mainly because we were not using the office, and also because we knew that we could continue to give most of our care via our telehealth platform. And so moving was a major headache, but we did what we needed to do to help preserve what it is that we've built thus far. And then time. Our time is different. I don't know about you. I don't have as much of the commuting and the traffic. I don't go out nearly as much as I did before. I have more time with family. I've had more connections, whether through phone, through text, through Zoom meetings with my family, that it has given a different dimension of time and how time can be such a gift. Okay. And then I want to talk finally about self-care of the spirit. I mentioned we needed to find balance emotionally, behaviorally, socially, and spiritually. So, spiritually, we know that we have the tried and true practices of prayer, of engaging in sacred readings, because again, remember, our perspective might be based on decades, and yet we know that there is wisdom beyond us that gives us a much bigger view of what is actually going on, and that can make a difference in our mental wealth. And then we have some other forms of self care of the spirit that are newer and have great promise. You know, being able to be engaged with yoga or Tai Chi or Qigong, or having something like a form of movement, just dance, being able to dance at home. I visited a Target lately, and when Dove's Cry came on over the loudspeaker, and I started looking around, people were dancing in Target. I was like, well, where else are we going to dance? Let's do it, right? So be sure that you are moving your body, which is both care of your body, but also speaks to your spirit. Communing with nature, journaling, providing community service, which, yes, you can continue to do during COVID. There are some forms of that we can do socially distanced, and there are other forms of community service we can do right from our homes and our desktops, our laptops and our tablets. And then artistic expressions. What is it that brings you joy? Joy is going to be a huge part of your mental wealth. And some people think that it's coronavirus, how could we possibly have joy? But I'm going to encourage you that as you tap back into those forms of expression that you have enjoyed, like music and dance and art and theater, yes, even during COVID-19, you can still find joy in those artistic expressions. So these are the take-home strategies that I have for you all, and then I'm going to open up the floor for questions. First of all, I want you to acknowledge that you are a human being with limits. You cannot do it all. No matter how great an entrepreneur you are, you cannot do it all by yourself. Okay, so it is important just to acknowledge that and to notice that being able to connect with others who can extend what it is that you're able to do is a crucial part of your mental wealth. It's also important to establish and maintain a daily routine. I know that it almost feels like Groundhog Day, just one day in and one day out. But it is important to have a routine to keep your mood elevated. And at the same time, it's important to infuse a healthy dose of novelty into every day. Okay, so I'm kind of drawing this creative tension between sameness and novelty. And we need both of them to be a part of our daily routine. So, for example, you might continue to have a similar bedtime and wake up time, but you might decide that you are going to do something new in terms of, I don't know, a special kind of meal that you fix or order for that matter, or maybe you wear a different scent, or maybe you wear a different color, or whatever that little dose of novelty will do to brighten your day. And then I'm going to ask you to continue to connect to your sources of joy. Black entrepreneurs need joy. We need to know that all of these sacrifices that we are making, all of these long hours, we're doing something that is not only lasting for other people, but something that rejuvenates us every day. Otherwise, it's not worth it. I want you to also practice saying no. You know that saying no is a complete sentence. You don't need to provide explanation. You can say no and understand that saying no also leads you to saying yes to the things that are most important and are your greatest priorities. Okay. And then I'm going to encourage you, and this is where I'm really speaking to Black entrepreneurs. I really want to encourage you to accept help when it is offered, and also to ask for help. I find that in a lot of my work with African Americans, there is something about our experience here in this country where we have sometimes put ourselves, I think, in a misunderstood position of needing to be very independent, autonomous. I got this, I'm self-sufficient, I don't need nobody else, in a way that really hurts us over the long run. So I'm really going to implore you to accept help. And even if it's not offered, ask for help from your family, your friends, your neighbors, your faith community members, your sorority members, your community resources. That's what they're there for. Utilize those resources. And of course, I'm sure that you know how to reciprocate as well. All right, so this is just a little bit of information about my book, Blossoming Hope. It includes an inventory that you can use to actually check your baseline. Where are you, Black entrepreneurs? Where are you starting? What are your strengths and your weaknesses? The book itself is available on Amazon and Kindle if you like an ebook. And then if you like an audiobook, it is on Google Play and Apple Music. And if you're here in the local community of Durham, it is actually available through the Durham County Library. Also, everyone who is listening today can go to my website, my personal website, drtanyaarmstrong.com. That's DRTONYA Armstrong.com. And you can actually get a list of 111 Blossoming Hope tools. Those are things that will give you a little of that novelty every day that I was talking about. And you also can download free audio files of the album. The album is comprised of gospel music, affirmations, examples of meditation, breathing, and so forth. All right, so I am going to, with that, you can find me on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, Dr. Tanya Armstrong. And I'm going to stop sharing at this point. I am going to allow you guys to ask questions. And I don't know if I can be able to see them. All right, I do see a few. I am going to rely here on my readers, as encouraged by my optometrist a couple weeks ago. Veronica Hardy says, I viewed your book on Amazon and the cover is beautiful. Also, the focus of your book is critical for health and wellness. Thank you for pouring yourself into this writing. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that feedback. I want to give a shout out to Obelia Exum, my sister in Christ, who was the person who designed the book cover. I think she did a beautiful job. Even now, I'm still impressed by her. So thank you, Veronica, for that feedback. All right, I am checking to see if there are other questions or comments. And I am not sure that I'm able to view other comments right now. Let me go here. Yes, now I can see them. All right, so we also have some feedback about issues around PR and advertising. And I was speaking earlier in the session about how accessing those goods and executing them can be a real challenge for us as Black entrepreneurs. And so you want to be able to be creative. Our people have always been very creative and inventive, even with some of the limited resources that we confront. So yes, we do know that marketing and advertising are important, even if we have some different challenges. I also see here the use of the term wealth in relation to mental health and business, mental health and wellness. And so, yes, I like to use that term because sometimes the very term mental health constrains the conversation very much. Okay, so then if we're only talking about mental health in many people's minds, that means that we're talking about people who have a diagnosable disorder, people who maybe have a severe illness and have had to be hospitalized or institutionalized, right? And so we get this really narrow conversation. But if we open it up, and again, think about that continuum that I showed you, whereby we are all striving to move toward wellness. I pray that we are. And so if we have that kind of wellness mindset and that wealth mindset, then it is much more appealing, because I do believe that our entrepreneurs have gotten involved in this very much because we wanted to produce material wealth, but not just stop there. We want to have some other substantial forms of wealth as well. So thank you for encouraging that. All right, I have a comment here. It says, what is one self-care tool that you use yourself? I think I'm reading that correctly. Yes. All right. So I will be very glad to talk about a few of those. I think we've still got a few more minutes, so I will go ahead and share. One of the self-care tools that I use on a daily basis, it is a part of what grounds me, it is a part of my identity as a Black Christian woman, is that every morning when I wake up, I have a routine that involves me connecting with the Creator, being able to understand the source of my strength and the strength of my life. And so for me, that process looks like spending time in verbal prayer, like praying out loud, spending some time reading scripture out loud, just reminding me, at this point in my journey, I've been walking for a while, so these aren't new words, and yet the Spirit can speak to us in new ways every single time. So even when I'm reading a very familiar passage, I might be able to perceive it in a different way and hear it speak to me in a different way. So I like to do that out loud. I'll read and I'll pray, and I'll leave some time at the end for listening. In my book, I actually talk about the great value of remembering that prayer is bidirectional, that we speak and then we listen, and we can get inspiration and intuition engaged in that process, right? So that's one self-care, that form of self-care that I practice every day. Another form that has been greatly diminished during COVID, and I'm sad about it, but I have just started getting back in the game a little bit, is massage. In the kind of work that I do, I am sort of chronically left with sort of having burdens, if you will, and I really try to set up practices that diminish those burdens as much as possible. But sometimes there's still that residue that remains with me after I've listened to everyone else's problems and challenges through the week. And so massage is a great way for me to release that. And that is even one of those examples of, I initiated by making the appointment, but I have to make sure that my practice manager has cleared my schedule, and that in my line of work, when I'm not gathering revenue, then, I need to make sure that bills are still being paid. So my husband has an understanding of that. When my children were younger, I had to make sure that there was care for them when I would go. But those are some examples of ways that I engage in self-care. And then the last one that I'll give is related to body. Right around March 25th, when our business closed, is when I started walking and jogging in my neighborhood. And after a long day of clients, I would go for about 45 to 60 minutes every day. And it became something that was more and more precious and crucial for me to decompress, so much so that I would really be in my zone. I would pull up my Spotify playlist and not really want too many people to disturb me. So if you saw me and you saw me waving, that just meant I was in my moment. So everybody has to have their own self-care practice of what works. Okay. Are there any other questions? I think I will then just close because we've got just a few more minutes. I want to encourage you all. I mentioned that there is an inventory. And as a psychologist, one of the things that I was trained to do is to administer tests and questionnaires. I actually developed a questionnaire of spirituality for my master's thesis. And so the inventory gives an opportunity in a very practical way for us to measure, how am I doing in these areas? And so for each of those areas where I talked about we can celebrate fullness in body, mind, soul, and spirit, there is a way to assess yourself with this Blossoming Hope Wellness Inventory that is located in the book. And the inventory gives you an opportunity to actually answer some questions related to that area, to rate yourself on how you're doing, And your score will actually help to show you where those places of vulnerability may be. Okay. And you may kind of already know what you're really strong in and what you struggle in, but there's nothing like having some quantifiable data that shows you, oh, I really need to be working on that. And so I do encourage you all to be able to connect with that level of assessment, even if you don't buy the book, just be able to honestly give yourself assessment around what it is that is a struggle for you and how it is that you will respond to the struggle. You know, sometimes we can be so distracted by running a business that we actually are not paying attention to the things that sustain us and enable us to run the business in the first place. And so, for example, if you were struggling with your weight, for example, okay, sometimes we know that and, you know, we don't see the doctor or we finally see the doctor and we're afraid of bad news or what have you. But think about who can be on your team. Because I believe everyone, in terms of those relationships that are so important, everyone needs to have a support team. So you can ask yourself, who's going to be on my team to assist me with addressing this issue? So if it were a weight issue, you might reluctantly have your physician on your team. You might have a personal trainer on your team. You know, at this point, the gyms have been reopening. You know, we have to really be careful with the coronavirus, but having even a class that you belong to in person or virtually can be a part of your village that helps you to address that issue. You might have a nutrition expert, a nutritionist, or a dietitian who's helping you to make some good decisions. And we also want to make sure that we can think about being accountable. I learned from one of my clients one time that her experience was that accountability was a bad word. And it had never occurred to me that that would be someone's perception. But once I understood where she was coming from and how she had partnered with people who really didn't have her best interests in mind, then we had to reconstruct and reframe what it meant to have a trustworthy accountability partner who can keep us on track. And I think we need that in every sphere of our lives, not just in the mental arena. Okay, so I have a question. How do we get people to pay attention to our mental health? Sometimes we are too afraid to talk to our folks in these fields. Yes. Guess what, y'all? Coronavirus is the time to connect because of telehealth. Okay, so telehealth prevents you from driving across town, walking into an establishment where you honestly might be afraid that other people might see you and be wondering why you're there, what kind of issues you're dealing with. Okay, so usually as we confront pain and suffering, we get over those things. And at some point, it doesn't matter anymore who saw what, right? But if you're not there yet, that's okay. Because you can still very confidentially, you can call a practice, and practices, all types of mental health practices understand that we have to be HIPAA compliant, right? So we're not going to be spreading your data. And even if you complete information online, you want to look for evidence that that is actually a secure site, okay? Or just use an old-fashioned phone and call up the practice. Some practices have someone who will answer immediately. Other practices have, practitioners maybe who are seeing other clients and will get back with you. But call them up and just inquire. A lot of practitioners will give you a few moments of consult for free. Like our practice will allow you at least 15 minutes of being able to talk to a practitioner, ask questions, see if it's a good fit. And I suggest you do your homework. So don't just take the first person who came up on your list when you looked in Psychology Today. Go through and call some people. My book actually gives some details about how you can successfully connect with someone, because ideally this is going to be a long-term relationship, not because there's something that wrong with you, but because you're working on transformation. Okay, so mental health care can both be about addressing acute crises and also about making the kinds of pivots in your life for transformation that can pay dividends in that mental wealth that we've been talking about. So that's how I would recommend that people kind of get past that fear. It's real. Stigma is real, and especially in our community, because our grandmamas told us not to air our dirty laundry, right? Don't be putting my business out there in the streets. I've heard it. I'm not crazy. I know it's not that at all. Remember when I was talking about how sometimes the great majority of our problems may have to do with the relationships that we are in, right? Or they may have to do with the situations in which we find ourselves in our workplaces. So please understand that accepting help in the mental health arena is not at all about your being crazy. It's about you being wise enough to make smart decisions to get what you need. So thank you all so much for your questions and for your attention.
Hey, you did an outstanding job. I loved every moment of it. Let me bring my microphone in so people can hear me. You did an outstanding job. We
Thank
loved
you,
it.
Dr. Kelly.
You know, one of the things that people don't even realize when you talk about mental health, that it's real. You know, we a lot of times we just think that we think that everything's all right, and we
Mhm.
can be broken down, and we can go into a state of depression, and we just think we're having a bad day. But there are what I call, I know I'm not a doctor on your level, but there are things that are called emotions that sometimes we can't control because we're I, oh, I was getting ready to let you talk again. But anyway, we want to thank you for being on our show. We look forward to the great things that you're doing today. And hopefully, I know you gave me 2 times on your schedule. You know, I might have to lean on you for another time because you were so good.
Well, I appreciate that. Let's just hope it doesn't bump one of my clients. I'm very protective of my clients.
All right, thank you so very much. And put your information in the chat box so we can reach out to you. Okay.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Okay. Have a great day and thanks again.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we're going on and on to the break, as I say, of dawn. You know, as we continue to go on and talk about the Black Business Expo, we have to make sure and ensure that we do things that make sense. And of course, as we keep talking about COVID and what COVID is all about, our next guest is somebody who survived COVID. And surviving it means that she went through it and she deals with people each and every day who deal with the symptoms of COVID. And it's none other than the lady, the beautiful one, Letitia Nicole Beatty. Hello, Miss. I don't know what to call you. I don't. I've been saying hello, Miss Amazing. How you doing today?
Hello, Dr. Kelly. I'll be amazing. Praise God. Thank you.
Well, we want to thank you for being on the show. And as we said, we're a 24-hour network. And now it's your turn to be 1 hour in the network. We know you're going to do an awesome job. I'm going to get out the way because your time, I'm 2 minutes in, so I'm going to get 2 minutes out. Thank you very much. And I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me here. Well, hello, everybody. It is Letitia Nicole Beatty. I am a CEO founder of Letitia Nicole Enterprise and the CEO founder of Purpose Professionals, which is a 501c that is feeding families across the world. And I am here to talk to you about how to break through, how to develop breakthrough during COVID. And as Dr. Kelly has already expressed, is that I am one that survived COVID-19. So I guess I want to first begin with my testimony before I even go into the development, because the first person it started with was me. And I want to begin on March 23rd. I had actually set out of work for 2 years, you guys. I had started traveling the world and just starting my businesses and just enjoying life. And March 23rd, I decided to go back to long-term care. I'm a registered nurse by trade, and I also have a long-term nursing healthcare license. So I am an administrator. So on March 23rd, I actually started back in a long-term care facility that I worked at for 5 years, 2 years ago. And during that week, I started to develop shortness of breath. I started to develop weakness. And by March 30th, which is my mother's birthday, I was diagnosed with full-blown COVID. And I am one to tell you that the first thing that I did not have was a fever. That's the first thing I want to tell you. I lost all sense of taste and smell. I also developed lethargic, weakness, palpitations, chest pain, rash, and double conjunctivitis. So I'm here to tell you the last thing that I developed was a fever. That was during my last months, and I struggled with COVID for 2.5 months. A lot of you hear the words comorbidity. And I know you're like, Letitia, what do you mean by comorbidity? Well, I am one that had a comorbidity. I had asthma. I was already diagnosed with asthma before I was diagnosed with COVID-19. And so I want to give you just the definition of comorbidity. It is a state of having multiple medical conditions at the same time, especially when you're interacting with each other in some way. Now, morbidity is a state of being sick or having a disease. And I had asthma prior to contracting COVID-19. So, needless to say, COVID-19 affected my lungs in a major way. Okay. I also want to talk to you today a little bit about immunity. Immunity. Now, before COVID-19 hit, yeah, I was taking vitamins, but I didn't quite understand immunity, even being a nurse, how important it is. And the definition of immunity is the ability of an organism to resist a particular infection or toxin by the action of specific antibodies or synthesized white blood cells. I did not have an immunity to COVID, as many of us don't. Now, it is some people walking around that can contract COVID and they have no symptoms at all. And this is why it's so important for us to wear our mask. But it's also important for us to build our immunity. So I wanted to get that out first so you understood how important it is, to one, build your immunity, but to also understand that COVID is real. And so I'm going to get to my presentation, but I wanted every one of you to know that COVID is alive and well. And I'll have some numbers for you, being that I am a nursing home administrator. A total of confirmed cases, and this is straight from the database of the CMS government site, 281,000 confirmed cases right now, okay? And the total right now deaths are 63,617 deaths total from nursing homes in the United States. And so, as we all know, that the president declared a national emergency in the United States on March 13th, 2020. And as I stated, COVID has not gone anywhere. And I love the presentation by Dr. Armstrong because, yes, it has increased stress. So let's talk about developing strategies and developing a mindset to get through COVID. So I'm going to share my screen. All right. And I've already told you who I am, other than being Antonio Beatty's wife and Antonio the second mom and Aiden's mom and Nora Pitt's daughter and Gregory Stanton's daughter. But you guys, I am also a woman of Christ. And through COVID-19, I had to change my own thoughts. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about how I changed my thoughts, because mindset matters. Mindset matters through COVID-19. That was the first thing I had to develop, was a change of thought. And this great book that I read a lot says, so as a man thinketh, so is he, meaning that whatever you think, you become, right? So I had to develop a mindset of being healed during COVID than being sick. I stayed in my basement for 2.5 months. I lived in my basement for 2.5 months away from my family, couldn't touch my children. My husband tried his best to take care of me. And being that I had a comorbidity, being that I had already had a diagnosis of asthma, COVID was very hard on me. I had to, at night, it was horrible. I couldn't breathe at night. My pulse ox, which is a pulse ox, it actually measures your oxygen in your blood. My pulse ox dropped all the way to 80. A normal pulse ox is between 90 to 100, and I would drop at night to 80. That gives you example of how hard it was for me to breathe. I then started to take different vitamins and herbs and start doing different remedies. You hear everybody talk about how you need to breathe in hot water. I was cutting up onions and lemons and oranges and putting salt in the water and putting a towel over my head just to breathe, just to breathe. So first I had to develop a mindset of being healed. And I had to see myself as being healed because at the time, people were dying in my nursing home that I was over. 24 of my residents died in my nursing home. And I knew that I had caught the strand from that nursing home. So fear tried to set in me. So I had to change my thoughts just to live. I had to develop a thought of being victorious other than being a victim. I had to develop a thought process of being healed other than being sick. And I'm telling you this because I know I'm not the only one that has to develop this type of mindset. I had to change my thoughts, and so do you. Now, not only did I have to change my thoughts, I had to realize that my thoughts had power over me. Those There were days that I could not get out of my chair. Now, did I mention I slept on a recliner for 2.5 months? I was so weak and I couldn't get out of my chair. My husband would nearly have to come downstairs and make me get out the chair to take a shower. And he would say, "Get up. You cannot lay there." Well, I'm saying that to some of you so you can have power over your thoughts. Get up. You can't lay there. You have to change and develop a mindset of being victorious and not a victim. Yes, COVID is here. Yes. What we have going on with the election is here, but you have power over your thoughts. How do I know? Because I had power over my thoughts. I told myself that I would live and not die. And not only did I tell myself this, I believed it. So I need you to believe that for yourself. I need you to know that your business is going to survive. I need you to know that your family is healed. I need you to take power over your thoughts. And I want to talk about that for a minute. I know you're saying, "Letitia, well, how am I supposed to do that?" Well, first, let's talk about the subconscious mind. The subconscious mind is a data bank for everything which is not in your conscious mind. It stores your beliefs, your previous experiences, and your memories and your skills. Those things that you have done, seen, and thought are stored in that subconscious mind. Well, I want to tell you consciously, you're going to have to control that subconscious mind. And how do you do that? How do you do that? Now, while I was sick with COVID, I was using daily affirmations for myself. I have a book that I read daily, one that I've written that I use, and I'll talk about that in the end, that I use for myself. But there's pros and cons to daily affirmations. Because if you're not believing what you're saying, you won't manifest it. This is how you develop You develop a victorious mindset through COVID. You have to literally speak life into your health, your wealth, your finances, and your relationships through COVID. How do I know? Because a lot of people still haven't left their homes through COVID. Do you not think that it affects their mindset? Do you not think that some people are struggling with mental illness during COVID? Well, the cons is sometimes affirmations don't help, because after you dwell on a situation over and over and over again in your mind, you then need to seek professional help. And this is what I loved about Dr. Armstrong's presentation. After you realize that affirmations is not working, you need to seek out professional help. And sometimes just talking about those things that's in your subconscious mind, those things that you have believed all your life, those things that you have experienced, or those memories that you forgot, that stored in that subconscious mind that's leading your conscious. Maybe this is the reason why you haven't been able to move on during COVID-19. So it's very important for you to get help during COVID if daily affirmations do not help you. And another thing we need to stop doing is stop self-sabotaging ourselves. We have to manage our thoughts. And I know you're like, Letitia, what do you mean by self-sabotaging? Listen, if I would have sat in that basement and kept believing that I was going to die, I would not be in front of you right now. If I would have sat in that basement and did not take my vitamins or my herbs, or didn't get up when my husband said get up, if I did not fight to live, I would not be before you right now. So I had to stop the self-sabotaging thoughts that were in my mind, because we can think that we're sick and we can become sick. We have to manage our thoughts daily, daily. And I know you say, Letitia, how do you do that? Well, number one, we have to identify our habits. We have to identify our habits. Well, for 46 years, I've been a fighter. I've been a fighter. But I know sometime I have retreated and I said, you know what? Forget it. I don't want to do this. And I identified that habit. And what I had to do is respond differently. And this can work for you as well. So please jot this down for yourself. You have to, number one, identify your habits. I had to identify my habits. And then I had to respond differently. Once you do an assessment of your own habits, once you assess, you have to plan, you have to implement, you have to evaluate, and then you have to execute. So all of these things that I'm telling you, you have to use that formula. And I'm going to say it again. You have to do the assessment. And after that assessment, you have to do the planning. And then you have to implement the plan. Yes. And then you have to evaluate the plan, because it's forever changing every time you change. And then you have to execute the plan. And if the plan fails, you go back to stage one, to the assessment, and you respond differently to every time you figure out a habit that you don't like about yourself, so you can stop self-sabotaging. Then you have to also ask yourself the right questions. Why am I reacting this way? Why am I so stressed out over things that I cannot change? What is it that I'm afraid of? Well, in my basement, I can tell you that I was afraid that maybe I wouldn't see my children again. I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to touch my mother and my father because they are in Detroit, Michigan, and I'm in North Carolina. I asked myself the questions. I was afraid that my husband would keep coming down into the basement and he would actually contract COVID-19 from me. And I felt horrible, feeling like if my family could get this horrible, horrible, horrible virus from me. But then you know what? I asked myself the right questions. I said, Letitia, what can you do? What can you do to protect your family? Well, one thing I could do, I could wear a mask. The second thing I can do, I can stay away into the basement and not allow them in the basement. Number two, my husband can wear a mask and he can change his clothes as he's coming into the basement and not take it stay upstairs to the children. There are some things that you need to ask yourself and use serenity. Change the things that you can change and ask God to show you the difference of what you can change and what you cannot change. And then you must have faith and wait patiently, because you must remember you did not get this way overnight. It took a long time for you to get this way. COVID has been going on since March, well, way before March, but we started responding in March. So from March to now, your mindset has been in a state of panic. And I want you to develop a state of being victorious and having control over your mindset and not self-sabotage your business, not self-sabotage your relationships, not self-sabotage your health and your wealth. And you must encourage yourself through this process. I have to encourage myself. I had to continue to encourage myself in the basement. And one time I actually went outside and I tried to walk down the street. And my husband specifically told me, he said, do not go down that street and walk. But I waited. I waited till he left the house and I left that back door and I tried to go down and walk down the street. Guess what? I only got one house down because I started to develop shortness of breath. My chest started to hurt. And I turned back around and I came back into the house. But you know what, you guys? I tried. I encouraged myself to get up and I walked down the street and I knew my abilities. And I said, you know what? I might not be able to walk 2 houses today, but I walked to 1 house. And maybe tomorrow I'll walk to 2 houses. But I kept encouraging myself till I was able to walk around the block. It took me 3 months, but I did it. Encourage yourself. Speak to yourself and know that you can do it and continue to repeat the process. Repeat the process over and over and over again till you develop the right process for you in your life. You hold the key to your healing. You hold the key to your finances. You hold the key to your relationships. You hold the key to your beliefs. And whatever you believe, you're going to manifest. I always say your expectation will be your manifestation. And you have to remember this. You have freedom to change your mindset. It's just totally up to you. You can do it. Now, remember, you don't have to see the whole staircase to take the first step into changing your mindset. Now, I want to stop right here. I want to talk to you about 5 steps that you could do to change your mindset. 5 steps. I know you're saying, Letitia, what are you talking about? There are 5 steps that you can do. Now, number one, the first thing I did, I was praying. I was praying out loud. And I want you to write these things down. I want you to write these steps down for yourself so you can get it. Number 1, I prayed. Number 2, I was reading. I was reading to myself. I was journaling. And then I started speaking out loud what I was reading and praying. And number 4, I believed. So number 5, I received. And I'll put that in the chat box for you guys because I want you to get this. I want you to get that number 1 again was prayer. I was praying and praying and praying over myself. I was telling myself that I was healed, delivered, and set free. I was telling myself that I was going to make it. I was telling myself that I should live and not die. Not only was I praying, because prayer without work is dead, right? So I also was taking my vitamins. I was taking my herbs. I was taking all of these different things to get my body up into the immunity so it could fight COVID. I was reading. I was reading and studying and showing myself approved. I was reading over and over and over again affirmations over myself. I was reading good things, putting good things into my mind, so I wasn't looking at the news and looking at how many people were dying. Sometimes we got to turn off the news. Okay? We have to disconnect. And number 3, I was speaking. I was speaking over myself. I was speaking over my family. And not only was I speaking the words that I was reading and praying, I was believing it. I was believing it for myself so I could receive it. Number 5. But not only this, and this is what I wanted to wait and talk to you about, being the last thing I talked about. I was speaking life. I was speaking life. And I know you say, well, Letitia, what do you mean that you were speaking life? What do you mean by that? I was speaking positive words into the atmosphere that I knew that would not return to me void. I knew that everything that I was speaking would come back to me. So I was actually praying for other people. I was praying for my family. I was actually, when I got well enough, I was praying on my prayer line. I was doing all of these things, speaking it into the atmosphere for myself and others. And that's what I mean by speaking life. Now, before we get into free gifts of life, I want to tell you something. During the time that I developed COVID, God allowed me to actually start a business during COVID. I know you're like, what do you mean by that, Letitia? I actually started a business during COVID when I was diagnosed with COVID. When I was diagnosed with COVID, I was taking 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C. I was taking 2 tabs. I was taking turmeric. I was taking ginger. I was drinking Robios tea. I was drinking dandelion tea. I was drinking black tea. I was taking all of these things within my body, trying to keep myself well. I was taking vitamin D. I was taking better melon. I was taking papaya. I was drinking and eating oranges. I was doing all of these things to try to get myself well. Well, I believe that God not only gave these things to me, but he wanted me to give them to you. So I was able to develop a detox business during COVID because I wasn't concentrating on the sickness. I was concentrating on being well. And not only was I concentrating on being well for myself, remember I told you I lost 24 of my residents that I love dearly. My mom's best friend died of COVID. My cousin was in the hospital and he survived COVID in Detroit, Michigan. We lost a lot of our friends and family right there in Detroit, Michigan. And so God allowed me to develop a 14-day detox tea with all of the properties that I was taking. And it has Robios tea and organic green tea and oolong tea and ginger root. I was drinking so much ginger, you guys. And pomegranate and bitter melon and papaya and dandelion leaf and Garcinia cambogia and peppermint leaf and stevia leaf. All these things are in one tea bag now. And I believe he allowed me to develop this, not just for me, but for you, so you can what? Increase your immunity. And not only did I develop a detox during COVID, and the detox is designed to assist in eliminating the toxins and the bad bacteria from our body, allowing your digestive tract to be cleansed out. Because what? COVID attacks your organs. I started to forget things. My lungs were infected. I had to take steroids even after COVID-19 because it had caused an infection in my lungs. Many people that struggle with COVID-19 are now experiencing renal failure. Why? Because COVID-19 affects your organs. Now, not only was I able to produce a tea line, I also was able to produce my own vitamin line. I have turmeric with ginger. I was taking up to 4 pills a day just of turmeric and ginger. And now I only have to take 2 of my own line because it has turmeric and ginger in there. And now I'm only able to take 1 vitamin C when I was taking 2 vitamin C's to equal 1,000 milligrams. Now, as a nurse, I know it is safe to take up to 90 to 2,000 milligrams, depending on your system, depending on you. So you ask your doctor, okay? Because I am a nurse. I'm a registered nurse. I am not a doctor, okay? But I was able to do all these things while affected with COVID because I was developing a mindset of a business owner. I was developing a mindset of being victorious. I was developing a mindset that I was not going to allow COVID to snatch me out and take me out. Yes, I was stressed. Yes, I experienced all anxiety, but I also was telling myself that you're not going to have anxiety, Letitia. You're going to get up and you're going to get your mindset right so you can work your business. I was already speaking and teaching women and girls all over the world how to be successful and how not to live in the past. But now God gave me something else that I could give to you. And not only did I develop a tea and develop vitamins, I also developed a 90-day abundant living planner, all while experiencing COVID-19. Now, I'm telling you all of these things because many of you feel like it's the end of the road. It's the last straw. But it's actually whatever you believe it is. It's actually whatever you think it is. It's actually whatever you are verbally speaking out of your mouth. And remember those five tips that I've given you? I've given you 1, pray, 2, read, 3, speak, 4, believe, and 5, receive. If there's any comments, yes, I would love to see them. I want to know the comments. And I want to give a free gift to those of you that text 919-407-8528. I want to send you affirmations for yourself. I want to send you affirmations that you can read over yourself. If you just text the word life, your name, and your email. So I'm going to toggle over here so I can read your comments and questions. All right. Thank you so much, Janita Spencer. She said, amen. Phenomenal testimony. Great info. Thank you. Thank you, Rhonda. It is so imperative that we take care of ourselves, you guys, and we increase our immunity. And why you guys I'm going to tell you what vitamin C does. It contributes to the immunity defense by supporting vigorous cellular functions of both the innate and adaptive immunity system. Now, sometimes we receive immunity by actually getting a disease, right? We get immunity to it. Well, I'm here to tell you that COVID-19 only has, and I'm going to stop screen share, COVID-19 only has a 90-day immunity. COVID-19 has a 90-day immunity. How do I know this? Even Dr. Fauci says it as well. COVID-19 has a 90-day immunity. And many people are talking about what they're not going to do. They're not going to take the vaccine. They're not going to, go out. They're not going to do all these different things. Well, what are you going to do? How are you going to develop yourself during COVID-19? What are you going to do? Are you just going to sit at home and not go get food? Or what are you going to do? Are you not going to go to work for those that cannot work from home? You have to build your immunity, and you have to build your thought process, and you have to build yourself with the words that you're speaking and the words that you're reading and who you're allowing to speak into you. You cannot be afraid. You cannot be afraid. You must attack this thing the way it's attacking us. You must say, I will not allow COVID-19 to make me afraid and to stop me from going into society, but I will take care of myself and my family by increasing our immunity and knowing the using serenity and knowing what we can change and knowing the difference. Can we change anything with this election? We've already done our part. You voted. Now let it go. Can we change anything about COVID? You can change it with yourself. You can increase your immunity, and you can wear a mask. You also can keep people 6 feet away from you. You can make sure you're not in crowds. Thank you. What is the website? Absolutely. It's www.letitianicole.com. www.letitianicole.com. And that's LATICIANICOLE. LetitiaNicole.com. And when I tell you that I have friends now, some are very renowned that I have sent the tea to, that were struggling with COVID. I have friends now that are pastors that are struggling with COVID. I made sure they had the vitamins and the tea. And I'm telling you, you guys, this tea will rid your body of toxins. And that's just what COVID-19 does to our organs. You need to detoxify yourself. And that's what I was doing in the basement. That's what I was doing. When I was feeling palpitations and I was fainting, and I know I made very light of my testimony, but I am one to tell you guys that I would stand up and I would try to come upstairs so I can get a different change of clothes while my family was gone, and I will fall out. My husband literally would come in and pick me up from the floor. COVID is a horrible, horrible virus, and it's real. And we must take this thing seriously. We must take it seriously. And we must use preventatives, precautions. The number one thing is that we can use contact precautions, because prevention is always the best medicine, right? If you cough or if you sneeze, this is the proper way. This is the proper way. You sneeze in your inner elbow, and then you always wash your hands, and you take advantage of sanitizers and hand washing. That's so important. It's so important. And then number two, you must eat healthy. You must eat healthy. Give your immune system the nutritional energy that it needs for a victorious battle with these bugs that we're experiencing, including a variety of immune booster foods in your diet, such as fruits and vegetables, right? And I heard Dr. Armstrong speak about this, and it's so important. Sleep. Number three is sleep. Your immune system requires 7 to 8 hours of sleep regularly for optimal functioning. It's so important that we sleep. Take the steps to help you get your needed hours of rest. It is important, just as diet and exercise. Number four, we have to modulate stress. When people are living in a high stressful lifestyle or dealing with unexpected additional stressors, come on, you guys, because we're doing this now, they are more susceptible to infection. When you're dealing with a lot of stress, you are more susceptible to infection. I want you to know that. And number 5, as I was just speaking to you about, nutritional supplements. Nutritional supplements. The vitamin C's, the turmeric, the ginger. I will let you know, Black people, we have a vitamin D deficient. A majority of Black people are vitamin D deficient because our beautiful Black skin protects us. Our skin serves as a protectant from the sun. And the sun is a natural, give you natural vitamin D, right? So we need vitamin D. We need vitamin A. We need those things that can benefit our immunity. All right. So again, I'm here to take questions, but I want to let you know that speaking life means speaking in a consistent, positive word base. I use of God. You can be speaking from a faith-based filled words, speaking words that build, words that are fruitful, words that manifest God's will and purpose for your life. And his purpose for my life was for me to live. And it's the same purpose that he has for you, to live and not die, to not be stressful, to not have anxiety, to not be dismayed. Okay? So continue to speak life to yourself. All right? Do I have any questions? Ms. Dolores said, I want to connect with you today. Check your message, please, after your presentation. Love it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Rhonda, amen. You still have work to do. Absolutely. 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 And I'm going to continue to get people to build their immunity, because this is what we're not talking about. We're not talking about building our immunity. We're just talking about what we're not going to do. And I, for one, like I said, I survived COVID. I didn't just have mild symptoms, you guys. I have very serious symptoms, serious symptoms. And I was one that, yes, I refused to go to the hospital when they were trying to make me go, because, to tell the truth, I was afraid, because everyone that I knew that was going into the hospital was passing away at the time, and they do not have a treatment for COVID. So what do we have to do? We have to build our immunity, because it's not always if you get it, it's when you get it. All right. Our focus should be on the whole man, spirit, soul, and body. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so I also want to talk about what I used for my 100-day devotional. I was reading this book. Teaches you how to speak life into your health, your wealth, your finances, and your relationships. And I wrote this book in 2013, and who knew that I would have to keep picking it up, because the word of God, it doesn't go out of style. It doesn't have an expiration date on it. And so I was reading this book over myself. I was developing a consistent devotional habit while I was experiencing COVID, because I didn't want to keep looking at the news and believing what I was seeing on the news for myself. I had to see that I was healed. So again, if there's any questions, I am here for it. And if you want the devotionals and the affirmations that I want to send to you, please text that number. Thank you again, Veronica. Thank you for sharing your experiences with us. You are so welcome. I'm going to have the word says that we overcome by the word of our testimonies, right? And so I believe, as I continue to tell my testimony of COVID, that more people would believe that this is just not a fake virus, that more people believe that people, when they were dying of COVID and a comorbidity. So people understand what the comorbidity is and what immunity is, and that we can actually protect ourselves. Thank you for your transparency and educating our community. You are welcome. You are welcome. I will not stop. And I am available to speak. I'm available to teach. You can reach me at letitianicole.com. letitianicole.com. That's my web address. And my email is letitia@letitianicole.com. That's letitia@letitianicole.com. And I am very grateful and thankful to be here to share this with you. And thank you, Dr. Kelly, for having me. And if there's no more questions, what are your views on the vaccine? Uh, Very good question. Very good question. My views are that was very quick. That was a very quick vaccine. And my views are pretty much that it's for each to each his own to take the vaccine. If you are allergic to MMR, measles, rubella, if you're allergic to that, I will ask them what's actually in that vaccine, because if it's a live virus, if it's things that we're allergic to, this is my opinion. Ask questions, because vaccines have to be tested. Vaccines have um, different signs and symptoms for different people. So you have to use your ability to think for yourself, and to know if you are allergic to certain things, to know if different things that if they're put into your body, how you're going to react. So I'm just going to say, use your mindset, use your mind, use your ability to think for yourself, not allowing anybody to think for you. I can use the flu vaccine as an example. It took them a long time to develop the flu vaccine, right? And for us to have a vaccine that looks like overnight, it actually raised my eyebrow. It makes a light bulb go off and say, ding. There has to be more research for me to want that vaccine in my children. It has to be more research, more than 6 months, more than 3 months, for me to want that vaccine. But that's me, because I'm allergic to certain things. I have a comorbidity. I do not want to put things in my body that I'm going to react to, that's not going to have a side effect that I want to deal with. So you have to each his own. Vaccines have side effects. Absolutely. Absolutely, Rhonda. Um, when you think about Tuskegee, and when you think about all these different things, we have to think. That's what I'm telling you, people. We have to think. We have to think for ourselves. Okay. Are there any more questions? And this has been amazing. Thank you so much. Educate yourselves on vaccines and who that they are targeting to be the first participants. Absolutely. That is so important. I want us to think. I want us to think. Who's the first participants? To my understanding, hospitals, nursing homes, medical professions, children. You have to look at that. You have to look at that. What are you going to say if they tell you, in order for you to work here, you have to have the vaccine? You have to have things in place just in case your answer is no. Listen, it's coming. So, any more questions? Any feedback? And again, I'm going to let you guys know where you can get the tea and the vitamins, because I see that was a question at www.letitianicole.com. I look forward to sending you the tea and hearing what you think about the tea. And for women, I'm going to let you know it also decreased bloating, and it kickstart our metabolism, and it change your weight, help with weight loss, and it cleanse and suppress appetites and help you calm your body, mind, and soul. So I actually take it at night to help me with sleep, and I take it during the day also to give me energy. So it's an amazing tea. Thank you so much, Rhonda, for sharing that. And this has been an amazing time with you. And I have definitely enjoyed my time here, answering questions. And again, I am available through letitianicole.com. You can also email me at letitia@letitianicole.com, and letitia@letitianicole.com. And I am available to speak. I'm available to teach. I'm a registered nurse, a nursing home administrator, and I'm letting you know right now, being a registered nurse with a master's in business and putting them both together, you guys, we have to start thinking for ourselves. We have to incorporate all these things that we're finding out about COVID-19 into our business. And what would you say is the important thing you learn from the experience, and how important is contacting, tracing to those who have the disease? What? Okay. Well, the first thing I learned, that's very important, as I stated before, is contact precaution. As as much as I thought I was protecting myself with washing my hands, wearing my mask, um, as much as I thought I was protecting myself, I still was able to contract COVID. And I can recall one of the patients actually coming into my office, and she was talking to me, and she was across the desk, and she was speaking to me, and I want to let you guys know, like 2 weeks later, she died of COVID. She didn't know she had it. She didn't know she had it. She didn't have on a mask. That's why it's so important for people to wear masks. I had on a mask in my office. She didn't have on a mask. The nurse that came into my office after her, he didn't have on a mask. He also had COVID. I just found out a friend of mine has recovered from COVID. She's not sure if it was from a family member or how she got it. Listen, I've had people to be in the house and not come outside, and was getting food from friends and family and church members, and they contracted COVID. They contracted COVID. COVID can live up to 70, I think it's 72 hours on a flat surface. You have to educate yourself. COVID can live on your clothing. So it's important that when and testing is important. You guys get tested. Get tested. Even if you don't feel like you have it, you can be asymptomatic. Asymptomatic is when you don't have any symptoms. All right? You can be asymptomatic. So it's important to test. That's the most important thing. Yes, keeping yourself safe, but also knowing if you have contracted COVID so you won't give it to your family. Any other questions? This has been amazing.
Great job, great job, great job. You had me here crying, girl. You had me here crying because I don't want to lose you because you are a star in our galaxy of business owners, and we need great people to keep doing great things. Thank you so very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And of course, I understand that my team is going to reach out to you again and see if they can get you back on our schedule before this event is over with because your story is so compelling. So you may get a phone call. I don't know how they're going to put you in there, but they pulling against me saying, we need to hear this again. We need to hear this again. So, and
Excellent.
congratulations on your book and congratulations to your family, because, you're still here and we will continue to listen and follow suit. And again, thank you so very much. Okay. Now you
Thank
did
you.
give them your website and a number to contact you or an email to contact you, correct? Give it to
Yes.
them one more time.
It's www.leticia, Nicole, Nicole.com. And the number is 919-407-8528. Again, 919-407-8528.
Thank you so very much. And thank you for being a part of this historical week as we continue to do what we do. And yeah, I want to holler to Rhonda Kozak. She's been popping and going. Thank you, Rhonda Kozak. Very good friend of mine. And you know, we love you and thank you for keeping up and send it out to your family, send it out to your friends. Let people know what's going on. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Have a great day. Yes, as we get prepared for the strategist, and that's exactly what she is, you know. Our next guest is none other. You've probably seen her on the internet. She's done so many shows. She is the financial win strategist. And when you say win, you need to say Kim. Bring her on up, guys. Let's talk it out. Hey, Kimberly Winborn, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. Yeah, you're smiling because you're like, I can't believe we're here, we're here, we're here.
It's
You
been
know, I
a
was saying,
busy Tuesday.
yeah, I was saying earlier that many people have may have seen you on your shows because you do a lot of great things, not only with women, but you do some great things with other people because you are a community person who really makes it happen. What are some of the other
Thank
shows
you.
that they can see you on, and where can they see you?
So
On
my,
your show,
oops,
because you do
excuse
a lot
me,
of
I
great things.
accidentally hit the button. So my media network is called Coffee and Collaboration. And so my podcast is also called Coffee and Collaborations. That is what launched everything back in 2018. I also have a television show now, which is called Love and Flow TV. So let me make sure. Okay. Yeah, it's called Love and Flow TV. So I have a few, and I'm excited um, about all that God is doing in my life through collaboration, through networking, everything. So they can find that on coffeeandcollaborations.com or Coffee and Collaborations podcast on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. The website is www.coffeeandcollaborations.com. And everything is all up under that. Thank you for bringing that up.
Well, of course, we got to let people know what you're doing because that's what this network is going to be about. Black businesses from all over the country getting a chance to share their work, share their voice globally. You know, we talk about business, and I have about two minutes before it's time for you. I like to be on time, so I'm just taking a few minutes to have conversation with you.
Sure.
But we talk about wanting to do business with each other, and what I find sometimes is it's so hard to get us to do business with us the way that we want to do business with us. Do you find that sometimes when you're doing what you're doing and you're doing such a great job at what you're doing, that sometimes it's a little friction when you bring in different kinds of people into your arena, so to speak?
Um, well, I believe that, whenever you have different personalities in any sort of scenario, you definitely have to. I believe in personality profiling. I love personality profiling tests that corporations do. I use those in my business because once you understand yourself, then you can begin to understand others. And I believe that those personality profiling tests, then you can begin to also help to manage various communication strategy. That's the way I want to look at it, as opposed to, somebody being combative over another. Sometimes people don't understand how to communicate in group settings. And as a result, there's friction. A lot of times people say that about women specifically. And one of the things is to understand how to not walk in a fence, but understand who is this person? Are they intentionally trying to offend me? And once you just take a stance that I'm not going to be offended, I'm not going to think somebody is out to get me, all of those things, then you can communicate more effectively. So I believe in collaboration. I believe in finding a way. And if it's just not possible, Eric, Dr. Eric, sometimes it's just not possible. And it's just not going to happen. And then sometimes it's just not meant to happen now. So that's the way I manage it and handle it.
Then how do you manage when you go into a relationship in terms of a business relationship with someone and they're set in their ways on how they want to do business and you're looking at a vision that's bigger than what their ways that they're set in is, how do you handle that, or how do you balance that, without it being a situation where, all communications is cut off and then you look like you're the bad guy, because in their mind they have it set up in their mind how they like to do things.
Yeah. If I'm coming in as a consultant, then that's the role that I play. Like if I'm not the leader, the visionary, what have you, then I play my position. If you want me to come in as the visionary, as that consultant to add value to your team, the growth of the company, then you have to we have to have some of those tough conversations sometimes away from everyone else to say, well, you brought me in for this and this is my specialty. I'm really great at helping you to get here. However, if you're not ready for that, why don't we just talk it through, put it on the shelf, and then we'll come back to it. I definitely don't ever want any person, especially if they're in front of a room or anything like that, to feel like I'm de-edifying them because they are the leader. However, I do also like to play my position. And so if that's to help you grow or whatever it is, come up with new ideas, strategy, then that's what I'm there for. So I just like to give friendly reminders. This is what you said you wanted me to do. It's all about accountability. Let's do it.
Well, I just wanted to hear what you had to say because, doing this whole network and making this happen and it's been very interesting, because when you're dealing with about 84 speakers, you're going to get different personalities. And
oh, yeah.
when you get different personalities, sometimes those personalities begin to think that you work for them. And then you get personalities, yes, you know the deal. And then you get personalities who make up in their mind how they like to do things. And then when you express to them that they created that chaotic situation, then it's me against you all of a sudden. How do you deal with those kinds of situations?
Sometimes in the end, you just have to move forward. You can't please everyone, in my opinion. I think we all have lived that. The longer you live, you realize it. And when you have somebody that has great intentions, and I know sometimes people say intentions aren't enough, but when you have someone that has great intentions and it just doesn't, there's some miscommunication or just little things like that, we have to take it upon ourselves as leaders, which I think all of these leaders we are supposed to be. We have to kind of look at that person and say, is this intentional? Like I said before, and be more understanding.
Okay. Well,
so that's the way I handle it. Like for me personally, I would never attack a leader. I would look at if there's something that was off, I would look at that and say, maybe they need some support here. Let me reach out and ask how I can support them.
Well, you've helped me today. I have had one lady to talk about my mental health. I enjoyed that. I had one lady talk about the covert situation. I enjoyed that. I had a lady to talk about how to get money this morning, which was my favorite one when she was talking about how to get money. I was just so in tune to that one. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play that over and over again because there are a lot of nuggets in there. And so as we continue, I know you're going to do an outstanding job. And your title is?
Always business relationships and communication skills, born to win. Yeah.
Well, so you see how I did the segue, right? So people can get a feel what we get. I make y'all do it on me first. So when y'all do it on me, everybody's like, okay, even Eric needs help. Poor fella, he needs a little help. Let's help him. But again, thank you so very much for being on, and I'll see you on the other side. And thank you for being a part of the Black Business Olympics. Okay.
Thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, everyone. So I was wanting to share this with my network. And so I'm going to share it on my page really quickly. I thought that my dear friend was going to introduce me, but I'm so excited to have had the Dr. Eric Kelly to introduce me. So I'm just going to share this on my page, and there we go. All right, so good afternoon. My topic today is about business communication. Hey, Rhonda, it is about business communication strategies, building business relationships, and how we are born to win. If you have not ever heard of me, my name is Kimberly Winborn, and my company is Kimberly Winborn LLC. Okay, I see a note here to the side that someone is bringing Terrence on, but I'm going to go ahead and continue. My company is Kimberly Winborn LLC. Dr. Eric just shared with you and gave me the opportunity to share about Coffee and Collaborations, which is a part of my company. And I want to tell you a little bit about my background so that you can say, maybe I should listen to her just a little bit when it comes to business communications and building relationships. I also want to share with you that by trade, I am a certified financial education instructor, and I am so happy to play that role and be in that position. And I'm going to tell you why. My mother was a single mother. I don't know how many single mothers are out there listening, but my mother was a single mother of 3. And my mother always had a dream. And as we got older, she began to share that more. She had this dream that she would be able to give us more than what she had and what she knew. She would be able to inspire us to be greater and better. How many people can say that you have that same thought when it comes to your family, when it comes to your children, that you want better for them? I know I can raise my hand really high. And so my mother, what was my inspiration when I was figuring out this whole thing called entrepreneurship, and I've been an entrepreneur for almost 20 years, 100%. I haven't had a 9 to 5, basically working for someone in quite some time. And there's nothing wrong with that. I absolutely believe that everybody has their path. As long as you are doing within your path the things that you need to do to create a legacy that you're proud of for your family, do whatever it is you need to do. My path was entrepreneurship, and I absolutely love it. I honestly believe that financial freedom is an equation of financial literacy and entrepreneurship. So for those out there who do not have a business, who are watching, and the reason you're watching is because you're interested in a business for yourself. Maybe you're interested in a business for your child. The Black Business Expo is an opportunity for youth to be able to get so much to help them to move forward. They're winning scholarships and all of these different things to support their movement forward. And so whatever that is, do you understand that bringing in an additional $400 at least into your household will absolutely change the trajectory of your household, moving it forward? How many people out there can say they don't have a savings? They don't know how to budget. I talk to people every day, all the time, because that is a concern for them. And this pandemic has actually unveiled and taken the blinders off that many of us haven't had to face. And now we do. And now we are able to, people were coming into 2020 talking about seeing clear and just so excited and all of that. Well, 2020 has been that. We are actually given the opportunity and have been to see clearer. Now, for some of us, it hasn't been what we wanted. And for others, it's been powerful, dynamic, and we realize we're doing great things and want to move forward. Wherever you land, today is an opportunity to say, I am a winner. In spite of my past, in spite of my failures, and in spite of my losses, I am a winner because I am born to win. I am born to win. I was not born to lose. I was not born to fail. I was born to win. And in order to win, I may have had to take some failure steps. I may have had to move forward, move back, but I am born to win. And so today I choose win. Today I choose win. And so today we're going to talk about your win when it comes to communications, when it comes to building relationships. As a financial consultant, I talk with my clients about their wins when it comes to their finances. I developed a program called the Debt Detox that focuses on detoxing for 30 days to cleanse the poor and horrible financial habits that debilitate you and hold you back so that you can move forward. And that's what it's all about, propelling and moving forward to your win. And so I believe they're saying that he will be here later. So I'm going to continue. Like I said, my name is Kimberly Winborn, Kimberly Winborn LLC. I am a graduate of Elizabeth City State University. For those who are out there that went to a historically Black college university, kudos to you. And for those that went to Elizabeth City State, Viking pride. When I went to Elizabeth City State University, got my degree, my Bachelor of Arts in English, Communications, News Media, as well as Public Relations, and then got a second concentration in Speech Language Pathology and Audiology. So if that wraps up the fact that I love language, I love the English language, I love Latin and other languages, although I don't speak them fluently, I love communication, I love words, I just absolutely love it. Now, the building relationships part came through entrepreneurship. The building relationship parts as a friend was natural to me. I was always very outgoing, all of those things. But networking was something that I had to build. And I'm going to talk about the thing that I had to do in order to build into who people now call a connector, a collaborator. Some people say that I'm the queen of networking in this area. I didn't just fall out of the sky or just be born into that. I actually had to study, prepare, and work on that so that I can be and I can overcome and be the person that God had for me to be, so that I can overcome and be the person that my clients has for me to be, so that I can overcome and be and do. So I can design, and you can too, design your life, design the plan for your business, design your yes, design your future. And building relationships is a big, big part of that. And so many people sit behind these computers, especially today, sit behind the computers and isolate and just go into these digital worlds when we have people to connect to, people who are waiting for us to shine, so that they have permission to do the same. And so I want to share with you, I'm not going to share any slides today, but I do want to share with you, like I said a moment ago, that one of the things that I really have focused on in my business, in my practices, in order to move forward is mindset. I bet you throughout this whole conference, you're going to hear a lot about mindset. I bet you if not today, you could probably hear about it every speaker. But if nobody else talks about mindset, you're going to definitely hear it from me throughout this entire time that we have together. What is a winning mindset? And back to the title of my subject, Born to Win. So let me tell you how I came up with that really quickly before I talk about mindset. It's a cute little story. It doesn't take long. My name is Kimberly Winborn, Winborne. For some reason, people have a difficult name spelling Winborn, even though you can sound it out. It's very simple. People say Wilborn, Kimberly Wilborn. They say Windborn with a D, Windborne. They say Born. They spell it Born, like Born Identity, that movie with, I can't remember, Matt Damon, I think his name was. Or Matt Dillon, Matt Damon, one of them. So it's messed up all over the place. And so I started saying Born to Win. So you spell born like born, and then win. So just think about this, an inspirational and encouraging word when you think about Kimberly. You think about the fact that you're born to win. And I would just say that. And then one day, I got this aha, and I believe the aha is the Holy Spirit. I'm a spiritual person, so I hope I don't offend anyone, but I'm going to be me. And I believe that that's who we have to be, our authentic selves. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. And so Born to Win became my signature talk. Whether I'm talking about finances, communication, public speaking, we are born to win. And that is a mindset. Our success and or failure is based on our mindset. Can you change from one mindset to another? You absolutely can. You can absolutely change from one mindset to another, but it takes intentionality. You may hear that word a lot throughout this conference as well. I'm not sure. It takes intentionality. Getting up every day with an intention to do something better than you did it before, to do something that is going to mark the path to help you to that success, so that you can even be attractive and it just draws to you without having to chase success. So the winning mindset is 10 qualities of a total winner. I love this, by Dennis Waitley. Positive self-awareness, positive self-esteem, positive self-control, positive self-expectancy, positive self-image, positive self-direction, positive self-discipline, positive self-dimension, and positive self-projection. Are you a winner? I'll put it in the comments. Do you believe that you are a winner? Don't hesitate to say yes, because sometimes we have to say it before we even believe it. If you believe that you're a loser, I want you to take from here today, because this is going to help you in your business. This is going to help you in your relationships. This is going to help you in your life, your belief system in yourself, what you speak. It marks all of those things. It marks that self-awareness, that self-esteem, that self-discipline, that self-projection, what people see from you. All of these different things mark the foundation of your business. And that's what people are attracted to. That's what building relationships are about. People don't like the term networking. And I'm going to break down networking in just a second, the way that I look at it. People don't like that term, but networking is about building relationships. We gotta get beyond this ego that we focus on every single day of our lives and get to the purpose. Why did you build your business? Let's break down that why. Why did you build your business? What was the reason? So some people will say, well, I wanted to make more money. Why? Why did you want to make more money? Well, I wanted to have more income coming in. Well, why? Why did you want to have more income coming in? I actually needed to have more income coming in because I was falling short when it came to my paycheck. Why were you falling short? What is it? What is the depth? What is the depth of your why, right? Many people will say it's legacy. How many people can say that you want to leave more for your children, like I talked about before, than you had? Many people will say it's service. I want to give back more because I see that there's a need out there. Many people will say just to go on trips and vacation and live a different life, live my best life, as they say. Whatever it is for you, you design that. You define that first, and then you design it, right? You define it, then you design it, then you can go do it. But you first have to have and build and focus intentionally on the mindset that is going to get you there. You have to believe that your mind, this powerful thing, can take you to the manifestation of the things that you need. Building relationships starts, can you believe it? With your mind, a mindset. When I walk in a room, I don't want to chase anybody. I want to attract what's supposed to be mine. I walk in there and I'm like, I have claimed, I have stated, I am promising, I am declaring, I am, all of these things. I am affirming to myself that this is who I'm going to meet. But first, I've prepared. I have a list. I know what my business needs. Those are the things that we have to do. So when you go to these networking events, it's not just to go. to have your business associate, you could check off the box and say that I went to support my business friend or what have you. You have to intentionally do that and build these relationships to grow your business for that why that you just broke down, or you're going to do it later. All those levels that are going to lead you to the number one reason that you started your business. And then that intentional focus, laser in when you go to these networking events, your mindset can absolutely attract everything you need. So I want to share with you a poem that I often share when I speak, because it is absolutely true that many people walk in fear when it comes to building relationships, when it comes to networking, which is building relationships, when it comes to public speaking, communications, when it comes to so many levels of their business, really pushing the envelope to go to the next level, walking in discomfort. How many times have you heard people say, do it scared, get out of your comfort zone? It is fear that debilitates us. What is fear? Let's define it, and then I'm going to share that person. An unpleasant, often strong emotion caused by anticipation or awareness of danger. It is anxious concern, right? It is real. It is absolutely real. But especially if you make it so, we can do so many things even though we're afraid. The power of our mind, back to mindset, it's wondrous. It's amazing. It can work for us or against us. And fear is an inhibitor of production. Fear is causing you to not be able to move forward in the relationships that you know you need for your business. Fear is that thing that traps you and keeps you stuck in the sinking, drowning mud and sand of life. Fear is our enemy. Fear is our enemy. Fear is causing you to stay in the same place when you know there's some part of you, because we're survivors as humans. As humans, you know that you're made to win. So it can indeed control your life, but only if you let it. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. This is the poem, Our Deepest Fear by Marianne Williamson. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? You are a child of God. Your playing small does not serve the world. Somebody invite you to a networking event, somebody invite you to an opportunity, and you turn it down. This is not a part of the poem. You turn it down because you're afraid. You don't want to get beyond your comfort zone. Your playing small does not serve the world. There's nothing enlightened about shrinking so that other people won't feel insecure around you. We are all meant to shine as children do. We were born to make manifest the glory of God that is within us. It's not just in some of us, it's in everyone, it's in you. And as we let our light shine, our own light, we unconsciously give other people permission to do the same. As we're liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others. And I'm going to pause for a minute because I have a question. I have a question for those of you who are listening. Are you aware of your why? And are you hindering yourself? Is fear debilitating you? Is fear debilitating you? This is big for me when it comes to communication. And you may wonder why. I have so many communication strategies. I have so many financial strategies, all of these different things, right? But I can't move forward many times with my clients because of fear, right? Because of all of these things that are holding them back as a result of fear. So is fear holding you back? Is there something that you know that you're supposed to be doing, but fear is holding you back? Answer that for yourself. Now, are you ready today to believe and receive that you were born to win? Because I really, it's hard for me to move forward if I'm speaking to a group of people that don't believe that you're born to win. It's hard to move forward. So I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that, because that is going to change the trajectory of your life, the trajectory of your business. What you believe about yourself is what you receive, right? So if you walk in a room and you don't believe that you're gonna, these days we're not walking in rooms, we're walking in Zoom rooms, right? So when you walk into that Zoom room and you just keep your video on mute, you keep your audio on mute, you're proud of yourself because you showed up, but you're not really present. You're just there to say, I'm here. But your business requires and depends upon you saying, let me open up my video. Let me say a few things. Let me type in the chat. There's someone here that I'm supposed to connect to. There's an opportunity waiting for me because I've outlined it and I position myself mentally to receive it, right? Fear is not going to stop you anymore. If that is your declaration, then we can move forward. We can move forward now. So let's talk about networking, okay? And if anybody has any questions or thoughts, please put them in the comments or chat. And I guess they'll share. I'll be able to see them. Thank you, Rhonda. So who are you? When you enter a networking scenario, are you nervous or are you excited? Are you anxious or are you confident? Do you look for someone that you may know to kind of lean on, or do you look for people that you can meet, new faces? Do you stay to yourself, but pleasant when someone approaches you, or do you introduce yourself boldly to people? Are you that person on the Zoom call that's like, hi, this is who I am. I'm glad to be here. You guys, the meeting didn't start until I got here. Are you that person, or are you the person I just mentioned a moment ago that shies away, never showing your videos? Do you make sure everybody knows you, or are you a person that it's, I don't really want anybody to know me? They can know my business, but I kind of don't want them to reach out to me because I'm kind of nervous to really get pushed to my next level. Well, this Black Business Expo and all of these speakers, we are about pushing you to your next level. All of us are about pushing you to your next level. These speakers, mentors, coaches, these people who are serving every day to help within their community. It's about pushing to the next level, right? And if you're ready to go to the next level, it doesn't matter if you have some fear. Let's do it scared. Let's overcome our ego and ourselves. In order to be that person in the room, you don't have to, there's nothing wrong with being one or the other, unless it's not serving your purpose. Unless it's debilitating you and you're not able to do the things to move forward that you're supposed to do. All right? Building relationships and communication skills starts with you, your personal development, your mindset, your belief in yourself. You are an original. There is no carbon copy of you. You, your company's brand, it's a byproduct of you. You are the winner. You are the brand. Like we said earlier in that poem, your serving small does not serve the purpose that you are out here for, right? There's no carbon copy of you. So all of us walking out here looking at the next person, saying they have more, they can do more. People want to talk with them. They don't want to talk with me. That whole comparisоnism, that doesn't serve you or the people that actually are waiting for you, so that they have permission to shine. They have permission to walk in whatever your business is. They have that and you have it, but you're not allowing them the access because of the shortcomings. And so today we're going to get beyond that. We're going to start the process to our yes. Let me remind you, you are a winner. You're born to win. Let me also remind you, there's no carbon copy of you. So you have to be authentically who you are. You can't try to be like anybody else. What is that imposter syndrome? So many people walk in that to this day. You can't be like anybody else. You can't show up like anybody else. People are waiting for you. You are valuable. You are a winner. And so the road to success, oftentimes, it's defeated by comparisons. On our journey to success, we are often defeated by comparisons. But I want to remind you, you're born to win. So anybody that's believing that right now, I just take a minute and just declare to yourself, yes, I'm dope. Yes, I'm awesome. Yes, I'm a winner. When I walk into this next networking scenario, I'm going to have the art, which is that personal development, that belief in myself, that next level commitment to move forward. And now let's talk a few minutes about the science side of networking and building relationships and communication strategies. You want to be sure, especially in this digital age, that you have a digital business card. A digital business card, you can use an app. Many of them come with our high-tech phones now, our smartphones, but you can use an app. I use one called Inigo, I-N-I-G-O, and download your business card. You can put in your flyers for your events. For me, a lot of times I'm promoting my podcast or my TV show, so I'll share that with my name and all of the other social media or any way to connect with me. But in this digital age, not many people are even taking business cards, or if they do, you see it on the ground or they just want to snap a picture of it. So in this digital age, you need to have a digital business card, especially during Corona and this crisis where we're all mostly home. There are templates that you can create too in your business that help to continue to cultivate successful relationships with your clients. If you're going to be on vacation, there's automation in your own Gmail or Outlook or whatever service you use. You can create an automated email reply, so you're never missing, as they say. You don't want to go over 48 hours in responding to someone's email. Even after you meet them, you don't want to go over 48 hours if you can. Some people say 72. I like to say 24 to 48 with a reply. So if you know you're going out of town, if you know you need some time to yourself, you're not going out of town, but you just need some time to yourself to take a break from your business, just set up an automated email so that that relationship is continuing to grow. Those are just little things. Automation has taken us in this digital age to a whole different level. Even in Messenger, there's automation. There's so many tools in communication to help us win. So we started with the art, communication strategies, focusing on who you are and your personality by learning and studying personality profiles. That's a communication strategy that I recommend. Studying different personality profiles and figuring out what yours is so that you can begin to also relate to others. Walking out of a fence. Let's not walk in a fence all the time in our businesses. Let's move forward, walking out of a fence and walking towards progress. And that is going to absolutely help you to win. So one of the ones that I love is, I just got introduced to one called Clifton Assessment. I really like that one. Another one that I love is Florence Lightower's Personality Plus. But there are so many companies use. There are so many. But by understanding yourself, you can understand others. Read books. Read books that focus on communication, how to be an amazing communicator. One is old, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Another, Essentialism. Another that focuses on procrastination, Eat That Frog. Read books that are going to help you in your mindset to stay intentional, focused, and move forward, to stay in communication, building and team building and community building in that sort of a mindset. You know, there are so many tools to successful communication. If you want to be a public speaker, study public speaking. Follow your favorite speaker and study them. Study their mannerisms. Take workshops. There's online tools and articles. Contact me, I'll teach you. But public speaking is absolutely a tool that is going to help your business grow. And in many times, if you don't have a team, you're the everything. And so you have to do a lot of those things to represent your company. So study it. It doesn't just come natural to me as a public speaker. I had to study it as well. So do you. We all have to do certain things that we feel like it comes easy to everybody because we're comparing. And sometimes, unfortunately, walking in a mindset of a victim. But when you have the mindset of a winner, which we're claiming today, then you overcome those things, any shortcomings, and you come out as a victor and you say, I'm going to do the things, take the steps that I need to do the things that I need to do, such as studying public speaking in order to be an articulate speaker. So that I'm not umming and all these different things, that it's okay to have a few, but you don't want your entire speech to be filled with. You are a winner. Your brand is you. You have to be authentic. You have to be aware that, yes, someone wants to connect to you. Someone needs you. Networking, let me define that. As we talk about how you enter a room, what is your hello, is how I like to say it, which is the impression that you leave on people, whether in business or in your personal relationship. That hello speaks volumes about who you are, whether you believe it or not. And how many opportunities do you get to make a first impression? Jeff Bezos, who is the CEO of Amazon, says your brand is what other people say about you when you're not in the room. So what are people saying about you when you're not in the room? What are they saying about you when you walk in the room? What is your hello? Networking, according to Merriam-Webster, is a socioeconomic business activity by which business people and entrepreneurs meet to form business relationships and to recognize, create, or act upon business opportunities, share information, and seek potential partners for ventures. Did you know that networking remains the #1 resource for job acquisition? They're estimated approximately 85%. So when you see a digital opportunity to network for job fairs or whatever, to network with the CEOs of companies, be there. And as I begin to wrap up, I want to share with you, let's take another look at networking. And let me see really quickly if there are any comments or anything that I've missed. All right. So networking, that other definition, let's take another look. Merriam-Webster defines it in technological terms as a group of interconnected, and put your fingers together like this, a group of interconnected computers via cable and or wireless and peripherals that are capable of sharing software and hardware resources between many users. The words that stand out to me: interconnected, capable of sharing, that's giving, capable of sharing resources between many users. That is why the model of my business and everything is a focus of collaboration. It's a focus of service and giving over what I can receive. I believe that when I give, I'll receive. I don't have to worry about it. And I don't worry about it. And that is how I am able to be successful in my business. I challenge you to consider that after you have all of your ducks in a row, your goals, your plans, all of these things that we need to do, consider, what is it that I'm doing? Am I focusing on serving and giving, or am I focusing only on receiving? And change that, because people will pick up on that. That is a major component in building relationships, focusing on serving versus receiving. That is so big in communication strategies and your company growing to the next level. So interconnected, capable of sharing resources between many users, working together. That's that whole coffee and collaborations. working together, coming together with your piece of the puzzle, my piece of the puzzle, and creating the whole puzzle, right? So networking, whether social or professional, is about relationships. Through intentional networking, collaboration is possible and built on relationships. So yes, any questions or thoughts or, hey, Terrence.
Hello, Kimberly Wynn. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I am doing well. I was so prepared to introduce you to everybody, but you did such a phenomenal job. Great presentation.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't want to belay the time, as they like to say, and Dr. Eric was on here, and I didn't want to hold in the space of the day, so I said, well, let me just move forward, and my brother Terrence will come on at some point, and so good to see you.
Oh, it's always a pleasure seeing you. And again, every time I hear you, Kim, I oftentimes just walk away empowered, inspired, always learning something new.
Well,
And
good.
so
That's
today's
awesome.
presentation was very informative. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I appreciate you. So was
Yeah.
there any questions or, okay?
Yeah, I was coming on board to start the Q&A section, and I guess I can go ahead and start. I pretty much wrote down a few things you said. And yes, I am a winner. That is something that I tell myself every day because it's so easy for us to get caught up in that performance trap and always comparing yourself to what everybody else is doing. And so you have to make sure you look at yourself in the mirror and pay attention to what you bring to the table. Pay attention to your gifts and your strengths. And so I thought that was great. Is fear debilitating you? I thought that was another one. I said, wow, I need to really jot that down. So it was just great. I always called you the paragon when it comes to business networking and communication strategies. So this was great. So again, guys, I'm Terrence Staten with Center for Home Ownership and Economic Development. We have a business academy here in North Carolina, and we're so excited to be working with the Black Business Expo USA Olympics this year. Like Mr. Eric Kelly, Dr. Eric Kelly
Yeah.
and Kimberly Winborn, we are committed to helping small to medium businesses like you start, develop, and grow. So we are so excited to be on this platform today. And what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to be your co-host for this particular moment, kind of help navigate you through the Q&A process. If you have any questions, please feel free to use the chat, and I will go ahead and moderate those questions and get that to Kim. And so let's see what we have here in the chat here. Okay. So Kim, the question I have for you is when you talk about getting caught up in that performance trap, somebody that may have some insecurities and really want to do the best, right? Really want to shine, if you will, but for some reason they just can't get out of their own way.
Yeah.
What are some things that you can say to that person just to remind them, hey, focus on your own greatness and stop worrying about so much what everybody else is doing?
Yeah, one of the things that I have them to do is actually exercises. I remember having a few clients, and this is why I changed the way that I do business. I remember having a few clients with finance wanting to, dive in with their goals and their plans, and then a few clients with like business consulting, because I do both together. And you have these financial goals, but you have, like you just mentioned, that thing that is holding you back. You don't feel like you're valuable. And whenever those things are stuck in your mind, you can be amazing. Even your clients can be telling you, you're amazing. I've never had anyone like you or whatever. But if you don't believe it to some certain degree, then it'll hold you back. And I couldn't move forward with them because of that. And so I began to say, you know what? I need more training in personal development tools. And I went on an immersion to be able to help people in that capacity, like 3 to 4 years of me focusing on personal development and getting certifications or going through workshops in order to be able to share this with others. And so that's what I tell them. Let's start from the beginning. I got to pour it back into you. The belief, if you never had it, it could not be back into you. It could be brand new. But the belief in yourself that you were born to win. And I believe that's why God gave me that as my signature, that little play on my name, because we don't believe it. So many people have told us this, that, or the other throughout our lives, even family members. And we keep that little one negative thing with us so much longer than all the positives. And so I have to focus on helping them to build up so much positive that the negative isn't able to exist. And so that's what we start. We start with, hey, we're going to take a few weeks first, if this is okay, and we're going to focus on building you up. I create slides and exercises, journaling exercises, strategies, time with yourself, all these different things to help them to move forward. And I'm thankful that I was able to get those tools so I can help more people to actually get unstuck and move forward. So that's what I do: exercises, journaling, of affirmations, and they're personal to that person. So I'm not giving some cookie cutter to everybody. It's personal to those individuals.
Absolutely. One of the things I hear you talk about a lot is, what is your hello when you come in the room?
Yeah.
You know, what are you projecting to people when you come in the room? Because that's very important, because people oftentimes need to see your confidence. They need to feel your confidence. But if you're not confident, then of course, that's going to pretty much have a negative impact on where you go with that person from there.
Yeah. Yeah. And your hello is very important. And I know a lot of people deal with being introverts, all these different things, and have a lot of like, sometimes it's not necessarily a big fear, but it's just people's energy can drain an introvert, and it's just too much for them. And so I train them and talk with them about smaller and different settings. So you don't have to be in a big room, 300 people. That's not the networking space for everyone at all, when we were open, when the world was open. But maybe more of the smaller, what do you call business networking, the BNIs and all of those, or the smaller groups, or even the virtual groups. But you got to just show up for whatever that scenario is. You can't stay behind the scenes. So it doesn't mean that you got to go to the biggest networking event just because everybody says, oh, it's going to be all these people there. That may not be who you are. It may actually debilitate you. So realizing who you are, where you are, so that you can move forward. And another thing I like to do, Terrence, is help people with resources. So sometimes you're not at the space where you are ready. And I do understand that, but I want to help get you ready, right? And so I create atmospheres in like Zoom or what have you, where we've been doing business networking classes, not business networking classes, business classes, in order to help people to get some of the tools that debilitate them, because they feel like they have to have all of the science side, which is the must-haves in your business. So for instance, many people won't ever believe that it's actually a true business until they go downtown and get the LLC or get the corporation or have all the business cards printed, or, all of these different steps. And so it's even talking to that person and saying, okay, I understand this is who you are. Let me help you to get all of those pieces in place so that you can move forward.
Yeah, that's key, because the one big word I heard you mention before you closed out is interconnection, right?
Yeah.
So before you can talk about collaboration, that is a skill that you have to master, right?
Yeah.
So what do you say to someone that just have social anxiety? They just have a hard time of mingling. They have a hard time of fitting and blending in. What are some wisdom keys that you can give to that person?
Yeah, there are a lot of people with social anxiety, and a lot of it is fear. So I definitely, take them through that fear portion of the workshop to talk through that. But in order to get them out there right away, what we're going to do is focus on those smaller groups, those smaller opportunities to network and build relationships instead of those bigger ones. We're going to focus on who is within your own network that you may already know, but just haven't reached out to, so that we can help you to create that connection and collaborate, and see, because now they're a little bit more comfortable because you kind of know them, but maybe you just haven't opened up And so we start from there and build. I definitely don't want to throw anybody to the wolves, as they say. I don't want to put anybody who has social anxiety. And I've met them. I've met people, trembling voices, because they have extreme anxiety. They have to take medicine, all of these different things. Well, it would be insensitive of me to say, knowing especially that I had to develop, it would be insensitive of me to say, well, no, that's just you putting too much energy in that. No, I have to understand this is where they are and guide them slowly through to getting to the next level. So it's really just taking a minute and listening, Terrence. Like, we got to listen to people and listen to where they say they are, because then we can really help them to move and grow. We really can. It may be a turtle's process, but at least the turtle is taking a step, even if it's a slow step. And so that's what I want. I want to help people to take a step forward.
Yeah, and you blessed me when you said, hey, if you have fear, do it anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, we have to. We have to do it in spite of our fear, because our fear, a lot of it is ourself. And ourself it's so much in our minds that's plaguing us. It's so much that we carry from an emotional perspective, so much happening in the world. Sometimes you don't even want to get out of the bed because of all these external forces, all of these different things happening in the world. And so if we all just stop, how many people wouldn't have some of the things that they need that we have? And so, yeah, we definitely have to do things. You know how many things I've done in fear? I have had no clue how to do. Like when I started my radio show, and that now became the podcast, that is now the media network, which is going to have a magazine soon. I didn't know how to do any of that stuff, except for the magazine, because I did that in college. But I didn't know how to produce it. Like, I knew how to be an editor and how to be in the lab putting stuff together. So just having to say, you know what, I'm just going to do this scared. I'm going to do this without all the information. I'm going to align myself with resources and people that will help me to move forward, collaboration, and going to move forward. So yeah, you can have the fear, but don't let it stop you. Don't let it stop you. Find the tools and the resources so that you can move forward. That's why building relationships is so essential to our win. It is so essential to our win.
Yeah, that's awesome. Fear just cannot keep you in the box. I like what Ms. Rhonda Cozart said. She said, you planning small does not serve the world.
Yeah.
And that is huge, because we always want to minimize our gifts. We always want to minimize our talents and what we can bring to the world. I'm a big thinker. That's just how I am. Sometimes people got to say, okay, Terrence, you might want to wing that in a little bit. But I'm always a big thinker. I love being a big thinker. I hate thinking small, because once you think small, you will be small. Yeah. So I just think that was just an amazing comment from her. And Kimberly, once again, this was just an amazing presentation. Again, every time I hear you, I'm always getting some new nuggets to take with me. And even at our Business Academy, we're always trying to find innovative ways to encourage those in business to keep doing what you're doing, especially in today's climate with this pandemic, with everything going on with the election. Right now, people are losing their jobs, they're losing their homes, they're losing their businesses. Yeah. And people need encouragement. People need to believe that despite of everything that's going on around them, you still can win. So this was just a great presentation. Is there anything else you would like to share to the audience?
Yeah, I would like to share that, I didn't talk much about finance because the focus was communication. But one of the things that I've also discovered, as I mentioned earlier, that in finance, there are 10 financial mindsets that I teach people, that once you understand what your mindset is, then you can move forward there too. And a lot of people don't really understand that could be holding them back too. So from the sense of, if I am a person who only focuses on the negative and focuses on the things that I've never had but I want, and I'm out here hustling trying to get it, I may not ever receive it, because my mind has told me that I really don't believe that I can have it. And I have met so many people, I have met so many people that don't even realize, and I was one of them, that don't even realize that because I'm only focusing on what I don't want, I'm doing all this hustling and working hard and all of that because I don't want to be poor. I don't want to be broke. I don't want to be blah, blah, blah. But it debilitated me to get over the wall to dreams, to see what I could actually manifest and envision. It debilitated me and I couldn't actually move forward. So I want people to understand as I close out that mindset in every capacity, every area of our lives, you can make the choice today to move forward. We don't necessarily understand the power of our minds. So this year ahead, this day, this second is an opportunity for you to make a different choice. And so I have a business pivot series is what it's called. For those who really want to grow to the next level in their business, they can contact me. I can give them information. We just had an attorney to speak. We had somebody focusing on which social media platform you should be on. We have a tax preparer and a specialist coming up. And so I really want people to understand that I'm a person that likes to help. Coffee and collaborations, that's an opportunity for people to do advertising, and whether it's video or audio at a very inexpensive price. And so there's so many things that I really like to try to help entrepreneurs in my business. My tagline, I help entrepreneurs make money so they can be stewards of it. And so that's what I want to share. Please connect with me if you see fit. I'm at Kimberly Winborn LLC on Facebook. I'm KimberlyWinbornLLC.com is my website. And I mentioned the podcast stuff earlier, www.coffeeandcollaborations.com. But just looking to be able to also, I want to thank Dr. Eric, for this opportunity last year and then to be asked again this year, because I love the opportunity to speak to entrepreneurs to help them to understand that you're born to win. Come on, let's win. Let's do this.
Let's do this. Absolutely.
Do this. Yeah. So thank you, Terrence.
No problem. Well, I also want to mention this, and I'm pretty sure you guys have heard this throughout the expo. We are also raising money for eligible high school graduates to attend college. Your donations will go towards 10 scholarships and 10 laptops. As I mentioned before, many of our families have lost their jobs, they have lost homes, they have lost money, and also have depleted their savings. So this is something that we do every year, but this year is paramount. We have to make sure that we help as many of our youth to attend college. So please, if you need additional information on how to give, please go to info@blackbusinessexpo1.com. That is info@blackbusinessexpo1.com, or you can call 919-308-9090. Once again, I am Terrence Staten with Center for Home Ownership and Economic Development. Kimberly Winborn, it's always a pleasure working with you, and I look forward to seeing you real soon.
Yes, Terrence, I feel the same.
No problem. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bring me up, Mark. Good. And of course, as we get ready for the next speaker, we want to thank Terrence, and of course, we want to thank Kimberly. Did a great job, and as we look at continuing the assault on business, we're going to bring up a gentleman by the name of Henry McCoy. Of course, a gentleman at North Carolina Central University in the School of Entrepreneurship. The young man does a great job. He is a voice to be reckoned with in entrepreneurship in our community. And as we get prepared, we're going to listen to his recorded speech today. So you may not be able to ask questions, but you will be able to call North Carolina Central University, the Office of Entrepreneurship, and reach out to him if you do have questions. So Mark, let's take it away. And as we wait for Mark to take it away, I would like to say at this time we want to appreciate all of the speakers who have spoken today. It is always great when we get an opportunity to have different voices heard on any platform. And today is the same as we've had before, as we have so many people that are speaking. You know, we want to make sure that you understand why we do this. The reason we do this is to build an ecosystem for Black people. You know, if you're in business and you're doing great things and you're thinking about how do you reach out, you know, you got to look at the platforms. As I said before, there are many people who wanted us to do Zoom, wanted us to do WebEx, but we decided to do Facebook. And sometimes you're sold on doing things, and that's what happens. And we're going to go right to the recording by none other than Henry McCoy.
And Black entrepreneurship and COVID-19. So hopefully this will be something that you find some information that you can think is useful or at least out. And so name of my topic is race, entrepreneurship, and COVID-19, Black small business survival in pre and post-pandemic America. So the first thing I want to do is just talk a little bit about what you will hear from me today. So I want to start out with a bit of an overview, an introduction, and what's going on with the COVID-19 crisis and how it's impacting Black businesses. I then want to talk a little bit about, well, you know, where were Black businesses before COVID-19? But we can't talk about where we were before COVID-19 without talking about how we actually got here. Then I want to talk about, okay, we talked about, you know, where we are, how we got here, but now what do we expect to see once COVID-19 is over? Then I want to talk about, well, what should be done based on all this information for Black businesses based on the COVID-19 impacts. And then I want to kind of wrap it all up with some findings and conclusions. So first off, let's look at the right side of the screen. You know, what do we know about COVID-19? Well, we know that this is the greatest economic downturn since the Great Depression. And we know that it's health-induced, which means that until we get the health crisis under control, we won't get the economy back open up. There's over 10.4 million individuals infected in the United States right now with COVID-19, and over nearly 245,000 deaths in the United States. And of those infections and of those deaths, racial minorities have been the most negatively impacted by the COVID-19. Looking at health and economics, we know that in terms of who gets the virus, hospitalizations and deaths, African Americans and Latinos are by far the greatest group. In terms of economics, who's losing jobs? These industries that have essentially went dormant, travel, hospitality, tourism, largely those are industries that have Black and minority workers in them. And so racial minorities are seeing a negative impact from COVID-19 that is disproportionate to the rest of the races. Now let's look at the left side of the screen. Now, what do we know from a small business standpoint? Well, Dr. Rob Fairley from UC Santa Cruz did a study where he looked at the decline of small business from February to April of this year. And what he found was that, perhaps by no surprise, that Blacks had the largest drop of any racial group in terms of small businesses. Now, these are small businesses that essentially provide the primary means of survival for their owners. Whites dropped by 17%, Asians dropped by 26%, and Hispanics dropped by 32%. The greatest group of all was African Americans, which dropped by 41%. So we saw nearly half of Black businesses wiped out just within the first couple of months of COVID-19. So what was the response to COVID-19? Well, the federal response came through the Small Business Administration. So something, or what we all know now to be the CARES Act, the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Securities Act. So what was the CARES Act? So let's talk a little bit about where it came from, and then we talk about what it is. So on the left side of the screen, we see the CARES Act, which was passed in March of 2020 in record time. $2.2 trillion essentially was allocated by Congress to prop up the economy from the COVID shutdown. The U.S. Treasury carved out about $660 billion of that for what is known as the Payroll Protection Program. And that came about in April, for about a month after the CARES Act was passed. Within 2 weeks of the Payroll Protection Program being launched, about 1.7 million loans were dispersed for a total of $342 billion. Within another couple of weeks, so by the beginning of May, a month after the payroll protection program, 4.1 million loans had hit the street at almost 526 billion. So within a month's time, within 33 days, the SBA had lent more than 20 times the largest amount they ever had in a previous year of SBA lending. That means it's simply tremendous amounts of dollars hit the street to kind of prop up businesses from a standpoint of coronavirus. Now, what do those dollars look like? So if you look on the right side of the screen, I call it universal PPP, and I'll come back to that term universal momentarily. But the money that went to these businesses, 1% interest rate. It doesn't mature for 2 to 5 years. You can defer payments for 6 months. No fees, no collateral, no personal guarantees, and it's fully forgivable for some reason, particularly if you kept people on the payroll. And so it's unprecedented in terms of the flexibility of what the capital was from the PPP program. So let's first look at who actually got the money. So we know that 75% of the money went to majority white census tracts. If you look at the right side of the screen, what we also know is that President Trump had a number of friends and family who were able to get millions of dollars in small business bailout. So people include his son, one of his sons who owns a lettuce farming venture, Kushner Companies, which of course is his son-in-law Jared Kushner's companies, and a dentist who golfs with the president. Also, one of his pals, Kanye West, has a Yeezy company, a multi-billion-dollar company, was able to get between $2 and $5 million. And they give these ranges, so we don't know exactly how much Kanye got. Like then Shake Shack and Ruth Chris Steakhouse, which got $10 million and $20 million respectively. We know that they immediately gave that money back, really from a blowback of the public saying, well, wait a minute, why are these major companies who have plenty of dollars getting that money? Now, if we look back to the left side of the screen, well, I mentioned that, a whole lot of folks got this money. Well, who got the money that perhaps shouldn't have got the money? So we know that 600 loans went out at about $100 million to ineligible firms. For whatever reason, they shouldn't have been able to get the money at all. Nearly 11,000 firms got about $1 billion, and they already had PPP loans. And based on the statute, if you already had PPP loans, you were not supposed to be able to get additional PPP loans. Another 353 loans for about $195 million went to government contractors who were ineligible because either they had performance issues or they had integrity issues. And so they were not supposed to be able to get access to capital. And then a whopping $3 billion went to what is known as suspicious borrowers. Now, again, this is not coming from what people consider to be left media, left-leaning media, things of that nature. This came straight out of the U.S. House committee, which is made up of a bipartisan group of individuals who essentially said that fraud, waste, and abuse was rampant within the PPP program. So who didn't get it? Well, let's say that falls into a couple of categories. Broadly speaking, sole proprietorships didn't get it. Sole proprietorships are businesses that have one employee. They generally don't have paid employees. And so those individuals, businesses were not able to get much of the PPP loans. But why is that important? Well, that's important because a lot of minority businesses really are primarily comprised of sole proprietorships. So 96% of the Black businesses in the United States are sole proprietorships. 92% of the Latino businesses in the United States are sole proprietorships, whereas only 82% of white businesses are sole proprietorships. What this means is that those businesses had a much harder time getting access to capital for survival. Sole proprietorships, contractors, and gig economy workers actually had to wait a week before they could apply for PPP loans. The government basically said, okay, we're going to open up the spigot for big companies first before we let the smaller ones come to get access to capital. Next, it required a tremendous amount of documentation. So in order to get access PPP loans, these small businesses or these small firms had to produce a whole lot of payroll documentation, which was not as easy as for a big firm who has accountants and CPAs and CFOs and lawyers and things of that nature. So that kept a lot of these companies from getting access to capital. Next, for C&S corporations, which is a perfectly eligible way of setting up a sole proprietorship or a small business, a lot of times owners, instead of taking a regular salary, which the company may not be able to afford, that they will take out what we call dividends on on some kind of routine basis or as needed. Well, anybody who had C&S corporations that took out dividends, which again are legal and highly common, they weren't eligible for access to capital, of course, that were largely minority businesses or African American businesses. In addition to that, these PPP loans that went to these smaller firms are not forgivable. So let me repeat that. So the large amounts of funds, millions of dollars going to larger firms, are forgivable. These smaller loans to these smaller individual sole proprietorships are not forgivable. So as you can imagine, this has had a disproportionate negative impact on Black entrepreneurs. So if we look over to the right side of the screen, this gets dive into a little bit more. So not only do we know that sole proprietorships did not get access to capital, and most Black businesses are sole proprietorship, but then when we look at Black businesses in general, we know that they didn't get access to capital either. And so the National Community Reinvestment Coalition did something called match pair testing in July of 2020. Match pair testing is just a fancy scientific way of saying that we took various groups of individuals of different demographics and we sent them out in kind of the same landscape to see if they would experience the same things as the other groups. And so NCRC sent out whites and Black business owners to businesses to see if they could qualify or get access to PPP loans. And this is what we found, or what the NCRC found from their data, that even when Blacks had better financial profiles, which means they were economically better on paper, the Black business owners were treated worse than their white counterparts. They were offered fewer and different loan products, and not a single Black female business owner was encouraged to apply for a PPP loan. I want to repeat that: not a single Black female business owner was encouraged to apply for a PPP loan. Part of the reason why that's significant is that, from a gender standpoint, but also Black women happen to be the fastest growing entrepreneurship group in the United States. Yet, not one of these banks offered them or encouraged them to apply for a PPP loan. So, what does that mean about the distribution of the PPP dollars? I want to go back to this term, universal. And in this case, universal really means inequitable distribution of these dollars. So in the first round of PPP that went out, again, I mentioned to you that sole proprietorship couldn't get that money first. They had to wait a week. And so the big businesses like Steak Shack and Ruth Chris, who actually ended up turning their money back in from the backlash of the public, they got their money first. And so much of the money got gone really before small businesses, particularly Black and brown small businesses, get access to it. So by the time the second round came out of PPP dollars, there was a whole big push to get Congress to allocate some of those funding specifically for Black businesses. Well, Congress said, well, no, we're not going to identify this capital just for Black businesses, but we will create a category for underrepresented businesses. That's veterans, that's rural, that's minority owned, women owned, economically and socially disadvantaged businesses less than 2 years old. We're creating a pool of resources, or we're not creating a pool of resources. We're asking the Small Business Administration to really put a priority on those businesses getting access to capital. That was in April 2020. Well, when the SBA Inspector General, which is essentially the internal police of the SBA, a month later came back, they looked and they said, well, wait a minute, the SBA did not comply with this inclusive directive and did not enforce it with the bank. So in other words, even though Congress said, well, look, you need to make this a priority where minority and small businesses and disadvantaged businesses get access to this PPP, the SBA didn't comply with it, and banks did not comply with it. And so as a function of that, there was another survey that was done after the second round of PPP that was supposed to be more inclusive that the Global Strategy Group did in May of 2023, May 13th, 2020. Of that group of surveys, 41% of those individuals were outright rejected, not getting along. Another 21% of these Black businesses were waiting to hear. So for nearly 2/3 of Black businesses really got no resources at all. Only 12% actually received loans. So this again was after the directive to be more inclusive. And we know that this led to a lot of unequitable distribution. So what does it look like? So anyway, what this chart does, this table 1, I'm not going to read every line on here, but I do want to give you kind of a high point of what this chart actually means. So early in the process, the administration did not want to actually share the data of kind of from a racial breakdown. Didn't want to share who got the money or the demographics, things of that nature. But a number of news channels and sources actually sued the Trump administration in court to get access to the Freedom of Information Act to this data, and they won. And so they were able to get access to this data in terms of who got capital, or at least the demographics of who got capital. So I mentioned there were about 4.1 million businesses that got these loans. However, the data that was released was for loans only above 150,000. That data was released in July. And of those loans that went out, only 661,000 loans that went out were over 150,000 in total number. So that's the data that I'm showing you right this moment. Now, of that 661,000 loans that went out, less than 95,000 of those actually identified what their racial demographic was. So about 14%. So 94,500 said, okay, I'm Black, I'm white, I'm Asian, or whatever. So what you essentially see here is kind of an extrapolation of those 94,000 applicants who actually did the data around the demographic, the 14%. I've taken that and coupled it with the 661,000 that we know actually got loans above 150,000, and I've come up with kind of a data of what that demography actually looks like in terms of the racial analysis. And so, of the 661,000 loans that went out, what we expect based on the numbers that I did analysis on is that whites got essentially about 40% more loans than they should have gotten based on their population share here in the U.S. Asians got about 30% more than their share, so 28%. They were the only two groups that actually got more than their share of loans. In terms of those who got less than their share, American Indian and Alaska Native got about 45% of the loans that they should have gotten if they were looking to be equitable. Hispanics got about 35% of the loans that they should have got to be equitable. And again, the lowest group on the totem pole were African Americans, who got about 14% of the loans that they should have gotten, which, if I said that in a different way, Black firms should have got 86% more loans than they did. Hispanics should have gotten about 65% more loans than they did. American Indians should have got about 56% more loans than they did. And when you look at raw numbers, what that means is that white businesses got about 154,000 more loans than they were kind of in line for from an equity standpoint. Asians got about 11,000 more. Black firms got 76,000 less than they should have gotten. Hispanics got 78, almost 79,000 less loans than they should have gotten. And American Indians got about 5,000 less loans than they should have gotten. So what we see here is, again, another example of how inequity gets played out in the public space from that standpoint. So anyway, I wanted to share that with you. So what does that bring us? What are the questions that we should be asking as it relates to COVID-19 impact on Black businesses, and particularly as a result from the response for Black businesses from the United States of America. So that brought me to two basic questions. So the first question is, we talked about it earlier, what will the African American entrepreneur and business landscape look like after COVID-19? Second question is, well, what can be done to support African American entrepreneurs and businesses to ensure that they survive and thrive past the COVID crisis? So I want to make sure I highlight those two names, or those two terms. Not only do we want Black businesses to survive, we want them to thrive following post COVID-19. The only way we can really come up with a real accurate way of identifying what needs to be done in order to make sure that happens is we have to understand where Black businesses were before COVID-19. And so I spent a few moments talking about that. So let's look at this idea of a racial business ecosystem. And, we know what an ecosystem is, right? It's kind of all these different species, all kind of the same environment. And so I look at ecosystems through the lens of business, particularly through the lens of race. And so what I want to do is first, I want you to kind of direct your attention really to the left side of the screen, right? Where I have, again, these are the 5 major racial groups in the United States. And I wanted to create what I would call an easy way for you to understand, exactly, what the kind of economic landscape looked like from an entrepreneurship standpoint before COVID. Now, this is before COVID. So what I said, okay, well, let me break the United States down into 100, right? Imagine that the United States, which has, well over 40 million people. Imagine we broke down the United States into 100 people, 100 companies, $100 worth of cash with those companies, and what I call entrepreneurial strength, entrepreneurial wealth strength, which is essentially, the ability of different groups to have access to capital markets and resources and things of that nature. So if we broke down the country to these hundreds, then basically based on the demographics, there would be 60 white people who would own amongst them about 83 companies out of the 100. And of those 83 companies out of the 100, they would have about $90 of the $100, and essentially about $92 of racial strength as it relates to getting access to capital in open markets. Now, if I look at the Black community, that's a different story, right? So in the United States, there would be 13 Blacks who own between them about 2 companies. And those 2 companies made about $1 a year between them. And the economic strength was actually negative, almost negative $50 in strength, which means that you have a incredible low wealth in the Black community. And on top of that, you just are crippled by, having liabilities that are much higher than assets and things of that nature. So if you can kind of go down and see, the other populations, Hispanics and Asian Americans and American Indians. And what you notice is, just like the last chart, that the only 2 groups that are above, the fray are whites and Asians. In this case, at a national level, Hispanics, from the economic standpoint, through the entrepreneurship, are a bit worse off than the Black community. But again, nobody is doing great in this if you are a community of color. You turn your attention to the right side of the screen. What I did essentially, I mapped this onto a chart. Now, we see almost every day what's going on with the COVID curve, right? Where is it going on? Is it getting higher? We're seeing kind of record numbers of daily cases now. Well, long before there was a COVID curve, I had this economic equity curve that I would graph, and I would use this when I talk to communities and say, okay, well, how equitable is your community? And so basically, if you take the data from the left side of the screen and actually map it onto a chart, it looks like what is at the right side of the screen. So the first thing you need to know is that flat line, that's equity. So if every population got exactly the amount of resources that it required based on their population share, the line would be flat. And that would be a good thing. That would mean that we have total equity, total equality, just like on the COVID curve, if it's flat, that's a good thing. That means that cases aren't rising. Well, in this situation, we see that it's not a straight curve. So if you look at the line that curves, what that is each racial group's kind of plotting on that line. If you're above the line, that means that you have a larger share of the economy than your population should have. If you're below the line, that means you have a lower share of the economy than your population should. And again, looking at that graph compared to the right side of the screen, you see the white community way at the top, the black community is low. The American Indians are almost at equity, but not quite. They're slightly below. Asian Americans are a little bit above equity, and Hispanics are below equity. And so this is a relative index, which means that when one group rises, somebody else has to fall. And so we see that, whether this is a United States kind of visual, but whether I'm looking at the local level or the state level, the chart largely looks like this. Usually at the local level, blacks and Hispanics, depending on where they are, may change positions, but overall, it doesn't change shape from that standpoint. So now I want to actually go back and I want to take the table one that I showed you in terms of who got PPP loans and kind of how many PPP loans they got. And I want to couple that actually with the last chart I just showed you, which were kind of America broken down into 100s. And so I hold this up and to actually make a point. So the point being this, well, first let me kind of point something out that probably is obvious to a number of y'all. If you look at the number of companies that each population has, and you look at the number of PPP loans that each of them received, you probably say, wait a minute, McCoy, you made this big deal about, inequities and then distribution and things of that nature, but actually these things line up well. So there were 83 companies that whites owned, and they got 83 loans. The two black companies got 2 loans. The half of American Indian company got basically 0.6 loans. Asian American, there are 9 of those companies, they got 8 loans. Hispanics got 6 companies, they got 7 loans. And so you might say, wait a minute, you're making a whole lot about nothing because, hey, it matches up. But I argue that you're actually looking at the wrong comparison to the PPP loans. Look at the category right beside of the entrepreneurial wealth strength, which again is really indicative of where you get access to capital and how you get access to capital. The PPP loan program came out under the actual mission of saying that it was going to help those businesses most in need of survival, of keeping their doors open, of keeping people employed. And I would argue that in that case, this chart should look a lot different, a lot more differently. It should be that actually those firms, those communities, those groups who had the lowest entrepreneurial wealth should actually be the ones that got the most and the greatest number of PPP loans because they were the individuals and the groups who actually needed it the most. And so that's where I argue that essentially we saw the greatest level of inequity because if we're looking at who needs it the most, it certainly didn't go to folks who need the most, which again is indicative of this idea that when Shake Shack and Chris got the money, the $10 million and $20 million respectively, and then the backlash from the public, they immediately gave the money back. And since he said, well, okay, we give it back, we don't need it. We thought it'd be nice to have, but we don't need it. Whereas, again, 41% of the Black businesses went under within the first couple of months of PPP. So they're the ones who really needed it the most. And so anyway, that's my argument as it relates to, kind of where the PPP went wrong. So this question of how did we get here? And I won't spend a whole lot of time on this, even though I could, because it's pretty fascinating. But I want to, on the left side of the chart, I want to give you a quick history of what, the Black relationship, the entrepreneurship has been, since Blacks have essentially been in the United States. So for the first time in almost 50 years, the relationship with Blacks in the economy really were Blacks were the economy. Black entrepreneurship was built on the back of slaves, on the back of the Black community. And so for about 250 years during slavery, that's what we saw. And they were Black businesses, even in the South, that were owned by free Black folks during slavery. And they had wealth, but of course, the majority of the wealth was inside the Black body, and held by white community. Right after the slavery ended, what I call artisan entrepreneurship came about. And artisan entrepreneurship essentially is this idea that after slavery ended, slaves have been doing, essentially all of the work in the South. So therefore, now that they were free, they should be able to charge for that labor, charge for that entrepreneurship. There were so many different things, everything from Black codes that basically took the place of slave codes, and other impediments like illiteracy and vagrancy laws that locked Black folks up, that basically kept them from benefit from that in a great way. For the next 80 years, really what I call segregationist entrepreneurship. So after Lincoln was killed and Reconstruction came about, particularly in the South, that's when Jim Crow came about. And so for the next 80 years, we had what is largely segregationist entrepreneurship. And interesting enough, based on what folks think about the period and the way the resources was circling back into the community, that time period is generally known as the golden years of Black entrepreneurship, that 80 years of segregation. We then moved during the Civil Rights era where, Dr. King and Rosa Parks and other leaders who essentially got, accommodations and things of that nature. So there was a lot of entrepreneurs who, as part of what's kind of called the civil rights, SILVER, the civil rights of the civil rights came about. I said, okay, we want businesses, we want access to contracts, we want things of that nature. So for the next quarter century, we saw that, that kind of rise of those businesses that came about during that time period. And then, particularly as the Black buying power increased, what we saw is a situation where all of a sudden white firms started recognizing, wait a minute, the Black folks have quite a bit of money, so let's find a way to essentially make them our customers as well. And so the next 2 decades is what I call intermediary entrepreneurship, where a lot of firms like advertising agencies and publishing houses, folks who actually allowed white firms to advertise to Black consumers, they really rose up during that time period, and they were the kind of the kings of the hill, kings and queens of the hill. And then somewhere along the way, the white business establishment said, wait a minute, we can actually cut our costs by bringing in our own kind of talent, which a lot of times those individuals came from the Black firm. We can actually do this in-house and create urban divisions and urban markets. And we don't have to necessarily use an intermediary firm. And so anyway, that has led to what I call this kind of hustle entrepreneurship, from a standpoint of that now individuals have to really focus on this idea of just kind of hustling to be an entrepreneur. Anyhow, that's kind of the stages of Black entrepreneurship in the United States. If you look on the right side of the screen, what you have is something that I think is very telling. if you look at the last 4 decades of Black firm change percentages since about 1972 to about 2012, what you see is this. If you look at the blue bar that's going up, that's really the change of number of firms, right? So you see from 1972 to 77, or the 82, 87, you see kind of a continued increase in the number of Black firms in the marketplace, on up to 1992. Well, we saw a recession. And then in 1997, the percentage firms went down. Now, this could mean, these are all positive numbers, which means that the number of firms kept going up. It's just not by as big a percentage that it went up. But what we see is that there's a positive growth of Black firms in the United States over time. You look at the orange bar, though, that's the revenue side. So the blue is the firm, the orange is the revenue side. And so what we know about the revenue side is that for really the first or the last part of the 20th century, revenue was growing exponentially, which means that every time a new firm is created, they're capturing more revenue from the marketplace. And look at the 21st century, 2002, 2007, 2012. In that case, Black firm growth is outpacing Black revenue growth, which means that there's more firms having to fight over less dollars. And that gray bar, that third bar, shows that the average revenue per firm has been in the negative for the whole 21st century, which means that if you start a business now as a Black person, you're essentially taking business from somebody else as opposed to the whole pie growing, which up until the end of the 20th century, the pie was growing for Black folks, except with the exception of 1982. So that gives you some context of why I call it this kind of hustle phase of entrepreneurship. All right, so let's talk about, as I kind of start moving toward my closing, I just showed you kind of what was going on from an entrepreneurship standpoint of the stages and revenue and firm growth. So let's talk about some general trends in general. So one general trend is that Black firms are the only racial group that has seen a decline of firms with paid employees. Those firms create the most wealth. So let me repeat that. I told you earlier before that the majority of African American firms are sole proprietorships, which again is the majority of every firm, but there's just a disproportionate majority of those firms in the Black community. Well, firms that have paid employees are the firms that create the most wealth, that generate the most dollars. Well, Blacks are the only racial group that are seeing those firms decline. Me and Jim Johnson from the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill did a study several years ago and published a paper that looked at that phenomenon. And some of that is largely because these Black firms, as they grow and they become successful, the only buyer of those firms end up being white firms. And so, it becomes important to know that because that has a direct impact on the wealth of the community. If I would have had more time, I could show you an industry breakdown of every major industry in the United States. And for the most part, whites control really all those industries. Even as white population is declining, they're still in control of 80 to 90% of all industries. Almost 9 out of 10 firms in those industries are owned by white entrepreneurs. Whereas with the Black community, blacks comprise anywhere from 0% to 3% of some industries. So some industries, Blacks are basically non-existent. Others they may peak out at 3% or average about 1.5%. And that's troubling again because if I showed you which industries they were, you would see that the industries where we are dormant are some of the ones that create the most wealth. The third bullet here is that I mentioned that Blacks had already declined by April based on Rob Fairley's study by 41%. Well, there was another study done that said that Black firms basically said that they did not get access to PPP dollars, that another half of those firms would be closed by this month. in November, which is pretty troubling because that would mean that 75% of Black firms that started out the year would be gone before Thanksgiving. We've seen Buy Black campaigns, Blackout Day Tuesday, Tuesday, July 7th. We've seen the $10 million in receipts, which is part of the Juneteenth. And those things are fantastic. I think there's a great opportunity for Black folks to get access to new customers, to show that, hey, we have wonderful products and services, and just get some attention. And, I think Oprah just released her favorite things, and they're all Black firms. I mean, those things are great, but they just won't be enough to really move the needle in a significant way. It's going to take a lot more than that. And then, federal animosity. At the time that I first put this presentation together, it was before the election. Of course, the election just happened and it just kind of concluded a couple of days ago. But there's the famous White House budget memo that President Trump had go out to the budget office that basically said that all racial sensitivity training within the White House, within all departments of the federal government, even within contractors who contracted with the federal government, that those should be canceled. And if anybody was known to be doing racial sensitive training, even from a contractor, that their contracts should be canceled. So normally going into an election like this, you would have, especially one that was set to be so close, and it ended up living up to the hype. Then you would have both parties and everybody kind of fighting over trying to get resources into the Black community. But a month before, the election, you had the White House basically saying, racism is false. America's not racist, so therefore get rid of all these contracts. And so those are some broader and present trends that are going on that impacts success. I actually want to leave this in. It can make the presentation go a little longer, but I think it's actually pretty important to get some context of the gap in terms of racial wealth. We often, one of my great kind of friends and colleagues, William Sandy Darity over at Duke University, Samuel DuBose Cook, social equity. He does great work on everything from reparations to wealth gaps and things of that nature. And he focuses a lot of his attention on kind of historically, what have we seen, and we hear a lot about the racial wealth gap with housing and things of that nature. So I spend my time thinking about the racial wealth gap through the lens of business and entrepreneurship. And so I wanted to kind of use this slide to just show you just how stark the contrast is between Black wealth and white wealth. And so first of all, let's start out with kind of what happened during the pandemic. So there's a whole lot of folks who are still suffering from the pandemic, and we're expecting, there's a whole lot of folks who are on the teetering of being bankrupt or being evicted from their homes and things of that nature. Well, during the pandemic, the 25 richest global billionaires actually increased their wealth by about $255 billion from March 2020 through May 2020. Just in those few months. I didn't say a year. I didn't say 2 years. I said within March to May, the richest billionaires in the world increased their wealth by $255 billion. And of course, part of that is because a lot of those billionaires have their wealth in technology stocks, and technology went up through the roof because of the fact that we have to do all these things virtually. Now, when you look at the richest Americans, you look at August 2019 to August 2020, that group in of itself, the 400 richest Americans saw their wealth go up by $240 billion, for a total of $3.2 trillion amongst the 400 richest individuals. Now, there's all kind of analysis that we can do in terms of how much wealth they control and all those kind of things. But I just want to kind of point it out that during the pandemic, the richest Americans, the richest global billionaires saw their wealth go up. There's only one Black individual on the 400. That's Investor Robert Smith, which we all know to be the individual who generously, canceled the debt at Morehouse College a year or so ago. And Robert Smith actually saw, according to Forbes, his wealth go down some in this last year. So if we then go over to the right side of the screen and say, look at the U.S. black wealth, there's only out of 615 billionaires in the United States, only 7 of those are African Americans. And I'm gonna name them in a minute off my head, and you probably know all of them, right? But blacks make up 13% of the population of the United States, yet only 1.1% of the billionaires. And collectively, of those, when you add all the money together, those 7 billionaires, they have a total of $16.1 billion amongst them, which if you compare that to what the 400 has, that's less than 0.2% of the wealth of the 400. And of those 7 billionaires, 5 of those are athletes and entertainers. So let me see if I can, off the top of my head, name them. So got Robert Smith, which is the billionaire, the gentleman who owns the worldwide technology company. He's number 2. You have Oprah Winfrey, Michael Jordan, Jay-Z, Kanye West, and Tyler Perry. That makes up our billionaire class. And so we see that there's still an overrepresentation of wealth in athletes and entertainment. And so I want to then kind of do a diagonal thing on the screen. So I want to go back to Jeff Bezos. I kind of say them for last anyway. So Jeff Bezos, we all know who Jeff Bezos is. He's the richest man on the planet. He built Amazon from 1995, 96 to become this huge behemoth. So on August 26th of 2020, Jeff Bezos' wealth reached. He's the first individual to ever see his wealth go of $200 billion. So it went to $205 billion on August 26th, 2020. Identify that because we go to this collective black wealth. Before COVID, I estimate there were a little over 3 million black businesses in the United States. And those 3 million black businesses probably had somewhere just shy of $200 billion in total revenue, probably closer to the $175 billion revenue. But however you want to frame it, if we had these great assumptions that black wealth or black business revenue had grown by 30% since it was recorded last, and they would be right at 195 billion. But the point I'm trying to make here is that Jeff Bezos, one white individual's wealth is equivalent to greater than over 3 million black businesses' revenue. So if you add all the black businesses in the United States together and took all the money they made in a given year, Jeff Bezos' wealth will eclipse that by himself. And now keep in mind, this is after Jeff Bezos went through his divorce. So Jeff Bezos had given away all in his settlement, had already disposed of 25% of his own, shareholders to his wife, Mackenzie Bezos, is now goes by Mackenzie Scott. So the 25% shares of Amazon that Mackenzie Scott got made her the richest woman in the world at $64 billion. And so it just shows you that even after giving away a quarter of the stock, Jeff Bezos still was richer than over 3 million black businesses in the United States. And then the last point I want to make is that Jeff Bezos in July 2020 had a one-day increase in his wealth of $13 billion, which is the largest one-day increase in history. Well, his $13 billion one-day increase in July 2020 is almost 90% of the $16 billion that all of the black billionaires in the United States has collectively. One day compared to a career worth of work. And so I want to use this just to really show you how big the racial wealth gap is, particularly as it relates to business entrepreneurship, which is why I think it's so important from that standpoint. So now let's kind of, start winding down. And, what do we expect to see for the outcomes of black businesses following COVID-19? So I think four things are going to happen following COVID-19. So first, there's going to be an increase in U.S. overall Black entrepreneurship. You're probably saying, wait a minute, McCoy, you said earlier that Black businesses were shut down 41%, 50%, we shut down 75%. Yes, but the question is, what kind of Black entrepreneurship that we're going to see after COVID-19? If you look at data, Black entrepreneurship always rises. Well, really, all entrepreneurship always rises as a function of recessions, which makes sense, right? I mean, people get laid off, jobs aren't really prevalent, so people have to start businesses. So every racial group, you will see entrepreneurship grow after recessions or during recessions. Well, the difference is, the old adage, Blacks are the last hired, first fired. Well, it tends to be true, which means that what we have these jobless recoveries, which means that firms, as the economy starts heating back up and start getting better, firms, which are generally owned by largely by the white community, says, wait a minute, you know what? I used to have 3 employees doing this one job. I think I could probably get away with 1 person doing the job or 2 people doing the job. I don't need to hire back the same number of people. And who do you think are the ones they bring back into the equation? They tend to be white employees. And so that's why you end up with these, they call these jobless recoveries, where individuals, start to get back to work, but other folks are left out. And so that's why Black entrepreneurship, particularly in recent years, the Great Recession and all these things, you've seen a tremendous amount of growth from entrepreneurship based on that. And so the expectation is that we're going to see that same kind of growth of these new firms started. The older firms are going to be gone, but the new firms are going to be starting to be sole proprietorships after COVID-19. So we're going to see that, 96% now Black businesses and sole proprietorships. Perhaps it gets even higher than that. That goes to the second point, an increase in racial inequity. It's something I call poverteering, but essentially the idea is those sole proprietorships are going to be out here. And I showed you the data that showed you that as the Black firms increase their percentages of number in the marketplace, they all are fighting for the same dollars because the dollars aren't increasing. And so what you're going to see is racial inequity, because even though there are going to be more Black entrepreneurs, they're going to be fighting for less dollars or the same dollars. And so our average firm growth is going to be down. And so that's what we're going to see also as a bigger gap in racial inequity following the great or following the COVID-19. The third thing that we're going to see is relative and absolute decrease in Black firms with paid employees. Again, all these tie together. PPP, as I mentioned, didn't help Black firms. They didn't help Black sole proprietorships. They didn't help Black firms with paid employees. And so usually during a recession, what you have is a time where firms start closing. And so you see kind of an immediate term, you see smaller number of firms in the marketplace. Then as the recovery comes about, you see more firms that comes out of it. So usually you have more firms after the economic recovery than you did before you went into the recession. I don't expect that to happen for Black firms. I think that Black firms with paid employees are going to not only see a relative decrease compared to other races of their firms going down, but I think you're also going to see an absolute decrease in the number of Black firms in the marketplace following COVID-19. And that's, again, going to have some major impacts because, whoever owns firms that have paid employees, they have the most wealth. They dictate who gets hired, dictate what kind of charities get access to capital, dictate who gets mentored and those kind of things. And so that's going to have an impact. And then finally, because all that's working together, you're going to see a decrease in Black wealth. There was already an expectation that by the year 2050, African Americans would decline to a median wealth of zero. Latinos would reach that zero wealth by 2073. But now that COVID is hit, we expect to see that accelerate even quicker. And so, part of the challenges, of course, is that Black wealth declining will have major ramifications, and I cover those in my closing. So just quickly, what should be done for Black firms to respond to COVID's impact? Well, this is what I call kind of the immediate focal points, short-term, medium-term, long-term. This is what I always tell communities or governments or local governments, mayors, and others who say, well, what do we need to be doing? In the short term, these firms need cash. I mean, plain and simple, just cash infusions. And so we need other means of getting capital into these firms, because they did not get these resources through the PPP, and then a lot of communities or some of these communities are creating these localized funds. But I hear from entrepreneurs that sometimes they're harder to get capital than the PPP was, and they couldn't get the PPP capital. So in the short term, these Black firms need capital. They need money. These entrepreneurs need money to survive. In the medium term, as we're dealing with COVID, then I say these two things that these firms need. They need what I call strategic technical assistance. And strategic technical assistance in this sense is not, the traditional technical assistance, meaning that, oh, well, Black firms, you probably don't know how to get a lawyer, you don't know how to get an accountant, so we're going to tell you that, which I think a lot of times is ridiculous, right? Strategic technical assistance means how do you help these firms, these Black firms, adjust to, the COVID world, right? So, for example, say you had a restaurant, and before COVID, you didn't take debit or credit cards online, or you didn't have DoorDash or these other, kind of social, kind of networks that deliver food and things of that nature. Strategic technical assistance means, okay, in this current COVID world, how do you adjust your business to survive during that time? And so I think that's important. In addition to that, COVID-related opportunities. So there are some opportunities that come about just because of COVID. And I think that, it's important that those firms Black firms are included in those COVID-related opportunities. And that's what I call medium term. That's, they need immediate capital. The medium term is kind of like, okay, how do we get revenue that's coming in on a regular basis to keep the firm alive? And in the long term, that's the kind of the thriving side, right? How do we make sure that when we come out of COVID, that these firms are going to thrive and not just kind of get back to what we saw before, which is really unacceptable in terms of, where these firms were. So 3 things. One is that, and this is dealing with whether you're talking about the public sector, the private sector, procurement and supply chain. So local governments, corporations should be figuring out ways to offer more opportunities to Black firms in their procurement and supply chain as we come out of COVID and the economy fully opens back up, that these firms are ready to hit the ground and run. So that's part of perhaps strategic technical assistance, getting certified, getting aware of how to bid on these opportunities and things of that nature. There needs to be more partnership, particularly with private firms, private sector firms, big corporations and small Black businesses. There need to be more ways by which these firms work together, and particularly with the expressed desire to see Black firms grow. And then finally, investment. We know investment dollars are, the lifeblood of any economy, and Blacks, get so little of the investment dollars, less than 1%. That whether it's the public investment or private investment, more investment dollars need to go into these firms. And so that's kind of a short-term, medium-term, long-term of what needs to happen to get, Black folks who own firms and get these firms to grow and survive COVID and come out of COVID, with some strength and a strong base. But what needs to be done on a bigger standpoint? Really, the things I just named are good, but if we're going to see a dramatic change in the overall entrepreneurial landscape, where every entrepreneur is really, as we kind of paraphrase Dr. King, is judged by the content of the character, or the content of the product or service, not by the color of their skin, then America has to have a cultural change. And that cultural change has to be measured. So 4 areas that are critical to be looked at as it relates to overall strategy for how do we move and create a more equitable ecosystem is first, we have to just increase the diversity diversity of the Black entrepreneur pipeline. Talked about some of those industries where there's 0% Blacks and 1.5% Blacks and 3% Blacks. We need barbershops, beauty salons. We need those things like any community does, but we can't build an entire Black economy or community off of barbershops and beauty salons and other small businesses. We need a very diverse group of entrepreneurs out here that are in all kinds of industries. So we got to figure out a way to actually increase that. Number two, we have to expand place and space for these Black businesses. So a lot of times I go places and they have Black businesses, or Black businesses are almost designed to be only in the lowest, poorest Black communities of that city. And you can't do that and expect these firms to grow. Firms need to be positioned where dollars are. And so you have to position in places that dollars from all communities will come through those firms. So we have to have an expanded strategy around place and space available to Black businesses. Third, we have to increase scale in terms of just the scale and diversity of capital that's coming to Black businesses. I mean, that's almost in and of itself self-explanatory. Everything can't be a loan. Loans have to be collateralized. Equity allows firms to grow a lot faster. Black community has a dearth of equity capital. The wealth is not there from a friends and family network standpoint. The wealth is not there from an angel network standpoint. So Black firms need this access to a lot more different kinds of capital if the Black ecosystem is going to grow from an equity standpoint. And then finally, strategy number four, just need removal of barriers that Black entrepreneurs and businesses face. These businesses face sometimes things, hurdles to jump through and hoops to jump through and things of that nature that just keep businesses from thriving. And so those are kind of the four pillars of the strategy that needs to happen at a long-term standpoint, and particularly this strategy needs to be invested in. So the federal resources that are out there, state resources out there, local resources out there, from a public sector standpoint, from a government standpoint, needs to create a protracted investment strategy in these four pillars. If we're going to see a change, it needs to be, when I say protracted, a long-term strategy. And each of these four things need to be measured. We need to be measured on a regular basis to see how we're doing, to see if we need to change during that process. And so if we're going to really see a cultural change at the broadest level, it's going to have to be done over the course of many, many years. And so that's what, if we really want to see something different than what we saw before COVID-19, then we're going to have to do that. And so now moving to the end, the findings and conclusions. So this is essentially what we know, that the U.S. Black business ecosystem has been hollowed out from centuries of fiscal exclusions and economic discrimination. What I mean by that is that we look at the course of history, whether it be the Great Depression, world wars, other recessions, the Great Recession, things like that, that really impacts the overall economy in such a terrible way. But largely, Black businesses have been left out there on their own to survive those. And with each of those that hits, it hollows out the Black community a little more. The CARES Act really has been no different. It's another example of a public sector program that actually is increasing the wealth gap and further hollowing out the Black community. And so the CARES Act is going to have that impact. That brings me to the third point, that if we don't do something, this time could be different, right? All those other disruptions I talked about in the past, they've slowly ticked away at the Black ecosystem, the entrepreneurial ecosystem. But, the pandemic, this is different. And if we don't do something differently and if it's left unattended, then really it could have a fatal blow to the impact of Black America. And if it has an impact on Black America, then it can have an impact on America as a whole, primarily because we know the demographics. We saw the demographics recently in the election. There's more Black and brown people in this country, and it's on its way to become a majority minority country. And the problem is this: as I talked about before, what the expectations are for the United States, or what expectations are for the communities as COVID continues on, this kind of decline of wealth to zero. If the majority of the country has low, no, or negative wealth, it's not only a problem for that part of the population, it's a problem for the entire country. And so we aren't careful, and we think that, okay, well, just because Black folks are losing wealth or Latinos are losing wealth, that's not a problem for us. Good luck. It is a problem. And so we have to face that head on and figure out, how do we address this issue where the majority of the country is becoming heading towards zero and negative. That's something for all of us to focus on, which is even number 6. I've often heard people sometimes say, well, you know what? Why does it matter necessarily whether they're Black businesses or not, as long as somebody's filling that need? The same argument I've heard about, well, why do we need historically Black colleges and universities, right? We have white universities, so PWI, so why do we need HBCUs? Well, I talk about it like this. Again, I talked early on about this idea of ecosystem. We know ecosystems matter, and the diversity of ecosystems, what we call eco-diversity, matters as well. Just like it matters in the natural world, it matters in the entrepreneur world. And so, my wife hates snakes. She just hates snakes, right? But we know that if you take snakes out of the ecosystem, then we're going to be overrun by rodents. It's like, if, people don't like bees, but bees pollinate and they keep things growing and all those kind of things. How do you feel about Black business and racialized business, things of that nature? If you take Black businesses out of the overall landscape, you're going to see a change. It's not going to be a change for the better, and it will have grave and negative consequences, not only for the Black community, but for the entire country. So everybody's benefit, that Black firms will grow and they will thrive. And I finish off kind of my findings completely like this. We saw, this has been an incredible year, hard year. The pandemic, racial unrest, killing the unarmed Black folks. Well, if you remember what we saw this summer, all around the United States, all the unrest and things of that nature, and many of us have been able to say, well, look, it's about more than just any one thing, and a lot of this can go back to racial, economic. Well, if we sit around and watch the COVID-19 and the pandemic hit Black and do something dramatic to change that, to change it to again what we saw this past summer in 2020 with the racial unrest and things of that nature will look like a tea party, because if the Black community further deteriorate from an economic standpoint, then you're going to see the outcomes of that. And so I say that from the standpoint of that, as we move forward as a country, we have to think about, not only how do we heal, some of the things that we've seen in recent years, but how do we address these long-standing issues that will have impacts on all of us in very smart and innovative and creative ways, because that's the only way we're going to move forward as a country. And so I want to essentially, go to my conclusion with kind of two statements, kind of two final kind of points. So one is, we all know the great scholar W.B. Du Bois, who I don't know that there's any peer to him intellectually. I mean, Black, white, or any different. He was just incredible in terms of his scholarship. Well, in August 1897, W. Bois wrote something called Seven Negro People. You may in the Atlantic Monthly magazine, you may end up actually recognizing this quote from the Souls of Black Folks, because the Souls of Black Folks that he wrote, that famously wrote, was really a collection some of his earlier essays and some new writing. Well, W. Du Bois said, "To be a poor man is hard, but to be a poor race in a land of dollars is the very bottom of hardship." I would postulate that nearly 125 years later, after he wrote that quote, now in 2020, Blacks remain a poor race in an extremely wealthy country and world. And Blacks continue to bear the burden of what Du Bois called the Negro problem, or the feeling that essentially, the feeling of poverty, scentless, homeless, landless, toolless, and savingless, yet having to be in rich landed skilled neighbors. That's what it feels like, and in real ways across the world. I don't think you can see this more clearly than looking at the racial entrepreneurial landscape, where Blacks remain a poor race and a poor business class in the United States. And this happens whether we're talking about economic expansions or economic contractions. In other words, whether we're talking about booms or busts, Blacks are always at the bottom of the economic landscape and always poor, even after more than a century and a half of striving. And so that's something that I want you to kind of let sit with you as we kind of where do we go from here. And finally, my final word is this: the pre-COVID-19 state of the Black economy did not arrive at this status by chance, and it will not be changed by chance. In fact, the United States government played a central role in the African American business ecosystem in arriving at this status, one that has been further hampered by the ongoing crisis and insufficient response. Consequently, government must play an equally important role in now building up this Black business ecosystem post-virus. There's a lot of substantial and significant ground to be made in America, to be made up in America for Black businesses. If we ever hope to cure this broader economic landscape, these economic discontents that we see, that we're gonna have to first figure out how we address what has been driven into our system over all these years that has led us to this point, which is systematic racism. And so we have to really plow ahead. And I hope that as we have seen with the new of the new administration, with President-elect Joe Biden, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, one of their key focal points is racial equity, and nowhere will have a big impact than having a focal point on addressing this huge gap in the racial equity landscape from a business standpoint. Thank you so much for having this opportunity to speak on this. I hope you find some interest in this, and I'm always happy to hear from people. So if I can ever be of help to you, feel free to reach out at my email below, hmccoy3@nccu.edu. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.